Chapter 1178. Die. A dazzling light flashed past. Four figures fell to the ground almost at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the four living warriors became four cold corpses. Ling Zhao's body didn't even have a drop of blood on it. His clothes were as white as snow, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He gave off the feeling of a swordsman. Let's go. Ling Zhao didn't even look at the four dead warriors. He just greeted them and stepped into the city gate with Cold Plum and the Moon Maiden. The cultivators inside the city gate naturally opened up a path for them. Everyone was a little frightened in their hearts. Young man, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble. An old man at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer sighed and said, Your strength is indeed very strong. However, by killing the four of them, you have offended the entire Black Python clan. Leave quickly. Otherwise, you really won't be able to leave. Thank you for your advice, Senior, but I haven't bought anything yet, so I don't want to leave. Ling Zhao smiled slightly and still insisted on walking forward. What an arrogant man. What a terrifying sword. Looking at his back, a warrior who used a sword sighed. Flexible sword is unpredictable. That young man has reached the second realm of a swordsman. Every move is aggressive, and his style is changeable. He wins with changeable and fast moves. His body movement and attack speed are like a ghost and light smoke. That old man sighed and said, I've only heard of one young man who can reach this realm. It's Mo Xiaoyu, the swift sword of Emerald Wave Island. Could it be him? Who knows? Mo Xiaoyu is very famous, but he wears a mask every time he appears. Others don't know what he looks like, but he has a good figure and a high realm of a swordsman. It should be him. Someone nearby said, If it's really Mo Xiaoyu, the Black Python clan can't do anything to him. Okay, let's not care about those trivial matters. Let's go into the city first. We just need to avoid those three people. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Everyone nodded. He really couldn't meddle in such trivial matters. After all, in a place like the City of Sin, experts from all walks of life were as common as clouds. Even if that youth wasn't Jade Ripple Island's Mo Xiaoyu, he could still be a young genius from the Black Crow Empire, or someone from the Divine Phoenix Empire. This was the intersection of the three major powers. It was possible for anyone to come. Mo Xiaoyu was very famous. His position on Jade Ripple Island was the same as the Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 great Phoenix Sons, belonging to the top 6 young experts. The martial artists of Jade Wave Island all used swords, so they were called the 6 young masters of the sword. As for this Mo Xiaoyu, he was the 3rd-ranked lifestealer. Above him were Emerald Wave Sword Mo Tsong and Rose Sword Situ Hongyan. However, in terms of fame, Mo Xiaoyu was still the most famous. Mo Xiaoyu was arrogant, aloof, and domineering. He took people's lives as soon as he made a move. In addition, he often wore a ferocious mask when he traveled the Jianghu, so he left a very deep impression. Moreover, he was one of the young island masters of Jade Wave Island, with a revered position. When normal people saw him, they would avoid him. If they provoked him to draw his sword, then there would be no possibility of making peace. There would only be one result, and that was to kill Mo Xiaoyu or be killed. Currently, Mo Xiaoyu was not dead, which meant that those people who made him draw his sword were already dead. It was rumored that Mo Xiaoyu's cultivation had already reached the embryonic stage of the half-step Grotto Heaven realm. Like Heaven Vein martial artists, the half-step Grotto Heaven realm was also divided into embryonic stage, growth stage, mature stage, complete stage, and breakthrough stage, a total of 5 stages. This process was the process of transforming the Heaven Vein into the Grotto Heaven domain. It required continuous accumulation of power and continuous comprehension. Although it was only a transitional stage between the Grotto Heaven Realm and Heaven Realm, its importance was self-evident. Moreover, according to common sense, a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was definitely stronger than martial artists below the 10 Directions Heaven Realm. Even if there were exceptions, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Mo Xiaoyu was only 20 years old, younger than the peacock phoenix, Sun Kong He, but his cultivation was comparable to Kong He. It was normal for this person to be ranked third in Jade Ripple Island. After all, Kong He was only ranked 10th among the 10 great phoenix sons of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Mo Xiaoyu could be said to be invincible in the Heaven Realm. Even a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist would not dare to make an enemy out of him. This person's swordsman realm was too strong, and his methods were ruthless and merciless. Making an enemy out of such a martial artist was basically a risk of death. It was fine if he did not draw his sword, but when his sword was drawn, there would be blood. This was the style of the Reaper sword, Mo Xiaoyu. On the long street, many people came and went in a hurry, but there were also martial artists who stopped to watch. Most of these people were newcomers to the City of Sin and felt that everything in the City of Sin was new to them. Moreover, there were many of these people. The busiest street in the City of Sin was the Black Street. The goods on the Black Street did not have a price tag. The price of the goods depended on the strength of the buyer and seller. This place also adhered to the law of the jungle, and it was maintained even more firmly. On the street, a figure appeared, a black robe, a sinister mask, and a black longsword. It created a fierce and terrifying image. The originally noisy street suddenly became quiet. Almost everyone stared at this person, and some people even swallowed nervously. Mo Xiaoyu? The Reaper sword. What a strong murderous aura. What a terrifying sword intent. Perhaps it was because the mask was too eye-catching, so people recognized this person's identity at a glance. Normally, martial artists would put their weapons in their storage rings. This way, it would be convenient to carry them around and would not affect their battle. However, this Mo Xiaoyu had a habit. That long sword that looked like a black piece of metal was always tied to his waist. That's right, it was a flexible sword. Mo Xiaoyu's swordsman realm had already reached the level of the flexible sword. The flexible sword in his hand was unpredictable and extremely ruthless. Often, when he made a move, his opponent would be killed on the spot before they could figure out his moves. There was a thick smell of blood on the black sword that didn't look very impressive. It was said that Mo Xiaoyu never washed his treasured sword. He believed that staining his sword with the blood of his enemies was a kind of glory. He walked casually, but his sharpness was exposed. Everyone could feel that cold and aggressive sword intent. This person seemed to have turned into a sharp treasured sword. It was truly terrifying. Many people lowered their heads, not daring to look at Mo Xiaoyu. They were afraid that they would offend this killing god and die under his sword. Of course, there were experts in the Black Street, but there were not many who were stronger than Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu was very satisfied with these people's reactions. However, his footsteps suddenly stopped. This was because even though everyone had opened up a path for him, there were actually 3 people who were walking towards him, face to face. Not only did they not look at him, but they were also talking and laughing as if they did not care about his murderous aura at all. Chapter 1179. Behind Mo Xiaoyu's ferocious mask, there was a hint of anger. His gaze fell on a young girl among the 3. She was younger than him, but colder than him. Her strong, murderous aura was not inferior to his at all. The girl should be using a short sword. However, a short sword was also a sword, and it had the same effect as a long sword. How dare you not move aside when you see our senior brother, Mo? How dare you snatch the path from him? At this moment, a few warriors rushed out from behind Mo Xiaoyu and scolded Ling Xiao and the other two. Mo Xiaoyu did not stop them. He just stood there with his arms crossed, and a proud smile appeared on his face. It was as if he was watching a show. Cold Plum, how many waves of people have we met today? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. The fourth wave. Cold Plum answered. What about the other 3 waves? Ling Xiao asked again. They're all dead. Cold Plum's cold voice contained a strong threat. The city of Sin was indeed the city of sin. From the moment they entered the city, the 3 of them did not have much peace. Along the way, 3 waves of people finally attacked them. The result was naturally their heads separated from their bodies. In this place, there was no reasoning. If you tried to reason with others, they would use their weapons. Therefore, the only way was to use the coldest and most ruthless method to crush the other party. How's the strength of the 4th wave? Ling Xiao asked again. Except for that, Mo Xiaoyu, they're all trash. Cold Plum answered that Mo Xiaoyu is already a half-step Grotto Heaven realm warrior. He has comprehended a small amount of Grotto Heaven power. He's indeed very strong. Not bad. The deadly sword, Mo Xiaoyu of Emerald Ripple Island, is quite a character. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile. Mo Xiaoyu's strength was needless to say. Not only his cultivation, but even his realm as a swordsman had entered the stage of the flexible sword impermanence. This guy, without releasing his martial soul, had the strength of a half-step Grotto Heaven realm warrior. If he used his martial soul, he might even be able to kill a half-step Grotto Heaven martial artist. Master is right. He is indeed a character, but compared to Master, he is nothing. Cold Plum liked to speak the truth, and was not afraid of offending people. Ling Xiao smiled, and did not deny it. He could even kill Kong. So Mo Xiaoyu was indeed nothing in front of him. Impudent. You're getting more and more ignorant. It's one thing to call us trash, but you actually dare to insult our senior brother Mo. Among the 4 people blocking Ling Xiao's path, there was a young girl. Her cultivation was not high, but her temper was not small. Moreover, she was very arrogant. She actually pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and said, Our senior brother Mo is one of the top 3 deadly swords on Emerald Wave Island. He reached the half-step Grotto Heaven realm at the age of 20. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself with our senior brother Mo? The young girl was probably secretly in love with Mo Xiaoyu. When she heard the man she secretly loved being looked down upon, she became so agitated. Ling Xiao was too lazy to argue with this kind of woman. He smiled and said, Deadly swords? What a resounding title. Unfortunately, I am ignorant and have never heard of it. In this world, those who dare to use swords as their titles are either very confident or self-righteous egomaniacs. Cultivators who used swords were the most common in the mystic world. Even Ling Xiao did not dare to use swords to give himself a title. This Mo Xiaoyu was really arrogant. He really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Pucci! Suddenly, the sound of a sword whistling rang out. The ground where Ling Xiao was standing suddenly split open. The cracked stone slab seemed to have been cut open by something. There was even a hint of blood red in the flat surface. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. This Mo Xiaoyu wanted to show them who was the boss. However, Mo Xiaoyu probably did not know that this sword was fortunately aimed at the ground. If it was aimed at Ling Xiao, then at this moment, Mo Xiaoyu would have already become a cold corpse. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu was still standing there, with his arms crossed. The black sword at his waist was only trembling slightly. If one did not look carefully, it was as if it had never made a move. Mo Xiaoyu looked at him at the same time and said faintly, Disaster comes from the mouth. Don't make trouble for yourself. Some words can't be said to just anyone. These words were said with a tone full of pride and disdain. It fully reflected Mo Xiaoyu's arrogance and insufferably arrogant attitude. What a fast sword! I didn't even see him make a move. How did he do it just now? In the crowd, a cultivator shouted in surprise. I didn't see it either. But since this deadly sword has already been drawn, why is there no blood on it? There were also people who had doubts. They did not know that Mo Xiaoyu was a little afraid of Cold Plum, so there was no blood. However, the bystanders did not know. Many infatuated young girls even thought that Mo Xiaoyu was giving face to the new cultivator. It was Mo Xiaoyu's magnanimity. The girl from Jade Ripple Island was almost fluttering, thinking of the embarrassing things she had done with Mo Xiaoyu in bed. She felt a burst of happiness for no reason. Being conquered by such a man in bed was also a kind of blessing. Of course, in Ling Zhao's eyes, this kind of woman was purely cheap, but it had nothing to do with him, so he was too lazy to say anything. Cold Plum's broken sword had already been drawn out of its sheath. It could turn into a fierce sword shadow and rush out at any time. Cold Plum, put the sword back. Ling Xiao gently patted Cold Plum's hand and said with a smile, Mo Xiaoyu's realm as a swordsman was higher than his, so Ling Xiao could be considered to be a hunter. He could not let Cold Plum kill such a good sparring partner. Yes, master. Cold Plum was very obedient, but Ling Xiao could still feel the cold, murderous intent from her hand. Listen to me. We did not come to the city of Sin to find people to fight. We came to buy things. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, as if nothing had happened. However, on his blacklist, Mo Xiaoyu had become a pitiful sparring partner. It was just that he did not want to make a move yet. There were so many good things on this black street waiting for him to buy. What if he destroyed someone's stall? What if he destroyed something he desperately needed? That would not be worth it. Humph, let's see who's the real trash. Now, you know how powerful our senior brother Mo is. Hurry up and get out of the way. The young girl from Jade Ripple Island was even more proud. She snorted coldly and shouted arrogantly. It was as if the sword just now was not stabbed by Mo Xiaoyu, but by her. Cold Plum's mood had already calmed down. She was indifferent to other people's insults, but if anyone dared to attack Ling Xiao, she would kill them at all costs. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao stopping her, Mo Xiaoyu would already be dead. As for the strongest cultivators of the Sun Realm, they had no interest in these childlike warriors. Chapter 1180. The Moon Maiden didn't even listen to what Mo Xiaoyu and the others were saying. Her mind was completely focused on the goods on the Black Street. Even if an ant stood at the foot of an elephant and taunted it, the elephant might not even hear it. Even if it did hear it, it probably wouldn't take it seriously. Ling Xiao felt that this was very interesting. Coming out this time was the right choice. If he always stayed in one place, he wouldn't get to see such fun things. Sure enough, martial artists still had to travel around. Otherwise, they would gradually become ignorant and inexperienced. All right, let's go. Compared to the trash from Jade Ripple Island, Mo Xiaoyu was more observant. Although he couldn't see through Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden's cultivation, he felt that Cold Plum wasn't easy to deal with. Everyone said that when Mo Xiaoyu drew his sword, he would definitely draw blood. However, they didn't know that he wouldn't draw his sword easily, because his observational skills weren't bad. Senior brother, aren't you going to teach these three trash a lesson? The young girl pouted. Don't forget that we came to the city of Sin for business. Let's go. Before Mo Xiaoyu left, his gaze swept across Ling Zhao's face with disdain and mockery. Then, his voice sounded in Ling Zhao's ears. Trash that relies on a woman to protect you. I'll let you go this time. Next time you see me, You better avoid me." Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Mo Xiaoyu, who was already far away. He muttered to himself, "Interesting. Soon, you'll know that I don't need anyone to protect me when I'm facing you." After Mo Xiaoyu left, the Jade Ripple Island disciples also left. Suddenly, a few people's discussion came from the side, which immediately attracted Ling Xiao's attention. That deadly sword, Mo Xiaoyu said he had business to do. He probably came for that soft sword. Definitely. Mo Xiaoyu has already reached the level of deadly sword. However, his soft sword obviously can't keep up, so he has to change to a new one. It seemed that there were quite a lot of people in the city of Sin who were well informed. Are you talking about that divine artifact, the Umbra sword? Yes, that's the thing. After all, Mo Xiaoyu is already a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. If he goes any further, he will reach the Grotto Heaven Realm. If he still uses an immortal grade artifact, it will be somewhat inappropriate. Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. Whether it was the Heavenly Dragon Continent or the Divine Phoenix Continent, a divine grade artifact was a weapon that many martial artists yearned for even in their dreams. Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists could use it, and even Yinyang Realm martial artists could use it. If Mo Xiaoyu came to the City of Sin for the Shadow Sword, then things would be interesting. I'm afraid that even Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators would want to get involved. Will Mo Xiaoyu be able to snatch it? Don't forget that Mo Xiaoyu is the young island master of Jade Wave Island. Other than people from the Black Crow Empire and Divine Phoenix Empire, who would dare to fight with him? That might not be the case. The City of Sin is not Emerald Ripple Island. The most interesting thing is that anything can happen here. Emerald Ripple Island is very powerful, but that doesn't mean that others won't dare to provoke them. That's true. The disciples of Emerald Ripple Island are too arrogant. There will definitely be people willing to suppress their arrogance. The person who said this intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Ling Xiao and the other two. Although he didn't know why Mo Xiaoyu didn't kill the three of them, this person had a guess. Perhaps Mo Xiaoyu was afraid of the three of them. Whether it was fear in terms of strength or influence, it would make the City of Sin's auction very interesting. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. It was really like someone giving him a pillow just as he was about to sleep. Now that he had broken through the flexible sword's impermanence realm, he needed a suitable weapon. He didn't expect to find one in the City of Sin. A divine artifact was the strongest weapon among artifacts. With this Umbra Shadow Sword, he wouldn't have to worry about reaching the Grotto Heaven Realm. Ling Xiao had many weapons, but most of them were immortal artifacts. Only the Purple Lightning Sword could temporarily display the power of a divine artifact. However, it wasn't a long-term solution. If he wanted to fully display his strength, this Umbra Shadow Sword was a must. It's not just the Umbra Shadow Sword. I heard that there's also a pair of Demon Fiend Mother-Child swords. One is long, the other is short. It's most suitable for assassins. Its quality is also at the level of a divine artifact. Then, will Mo Xiaoyu bid for the Demon Fiend Mother-Child swords and give them to his senior sister? He's rich and overbearing. That's possible. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but look at Cold Plum and say, "You're now a 10th Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Although you can't explode with such power, normally you can't lack divine artifacts. Why don't I help you get the Demon Fiend Mother-Child swords?" "Thank you, Master." Cold Plum didn't stand on ceremony. She belonged to Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao wanted to buy something for her, she was willing to accept it. Not to mention, better weapons would allow her to display more strength and better protect Ling Xiao. And since we haven't found any clues about the Imperial Jade Seal yet, why don't we go take a look at the Umbra Shadow Sword and the Demon Fiend mother-child swords first. Ling Xiao smiled and walked towards the crowd. He cupped his hands towards the well-informed cultivator and said, "Brother, I wonder where the Umbra Shadow Sword and the Demon Fiend Mother-Child Swords are now. I hope you can tell me. This is a small gift." In fact, Ling Xiao wasn't a domineering person. He was very polite to people who didn't provoke him. However, this person seemed to think that Ling Xiao was a pushover because he didn't say anything in front of Ling Xiao. His attitude wasn't very friendly. "Trash like you thinks you can know the whereabouts of those two good swords. In your dreams. Is that so?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and a thick, murderous aura surged towards that person. That person trembled and almost knelt on the ground in front of Ling Xiao. He said loudly, "They are at the Black Wind Pavilion. That is the biggest auction house in the city of Sin." As that person spoke, his heart was still in shock. Ling Xiao didn't reveal his cultivation level before and didn't release any aura. Therefore, he didn't feel how scary Ling Xiao was. However, when Ling Xiao's murderous aura rushed towards him, he felt as if someone was holding a sword against his heart. It was too scary. This person's strength is probably not lower than Mo Xiaoyu. No wonder Mo Xiaoyu didn't touch him. His heart was filled with fear, and his answer was very straightforward. "Don't be afraid. As long as you lead the way, I won't do anything to you. Also, take these 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Ling Xiao retracted his murderous aura and smiled warmly. However, his terrifying image had long been branded in the man's body. How could he dare to disobey? He could only nod in fear and trepidation. "I can't accept the spirit stones, but I know where the Raven Wind Pavilion is. Young master, please follow me. Just take it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Ling Xiao casually inserted the spirit stones into the other party's storage ring, then patted the other party's shoulder and said in a friendly manner, "What a smiling tiger. If I said the wrong thing, I would have lost my life." That person was extremely frightened. Chapter 1181. The person leading the way was walking in front, but he was feeling very lucky. Luckily, he didn't fight back, or else he would have been finished. Ling Xiao, the Moon Maiden, and Cold Plum followed behind him, heading towards the Black Wind Pavilion. The auction in the city of Sin would definitely be very interesting. Who knew how many strange treasures there would be? After they left the Black Street, there was a lot of discussion on the street. Who was that young man? He dared to mock Mo Xiaoyu and didn't get killed. He's the first one. Yes, the killing intent he released just now made people tremble. It's too scary. He's not any weaker than Mo Xiaoyu. He shouldn't be as strong as Mo Xiaoyu, but his strength isn't bad either. Since they also have their eyes on the Shadow Sword and the Devil Spawn Sword, the auction in the Black Wind Pavilion will probably be very interesting. Who wants to go with me? Ha ha, of course I want to go. The crowd walked along the Black Street in twos and threes, talking and laughing. Actually, the Black Wind Pavilion was at the end of the Black Street. It was a tall black building and could be considered the tallest landmark in the city of Sin. It looked very majestic. In the Black Wind Pavilion, not only would the Shadow Sword and the Devil Spawn Sword be auctioned, there would also be other treasures that would appear. The Sacred Dynasty's Imperial Jade Seal might also appear today. I heard it from an insider. It's hard to say. After all, many treasures have appeared in the city of Sin. In the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent, it's definitely a treasure trove. Of course, after the heroes of Jianghu get their treasures, they all like to come to the city of Sin to auction them, because there's no need to pay taxes here, and the prices are usually higher than other places. There were many people here, so the treasures were naturally many and varied. When does the auction start? Ling Xiao asked the person leading the way. Young master, there's no need to rush. There's still 2 hours before the auction starts. Why do you walk around the Black Street? Don't think that the Black Street is full of stalls and shops. The things here might not be worse than the ones in the Black Wind Pavilion. The person leading the way answered all of Ling Xiao's questions. He didn't dare to beat around the bush or talk nonsense. Oh, I thought that martial artists would bring their treasures to the Black Wind Pavilion to auction. So that's not the case. Ling Xiao asked curiously. Young master, you might not know this, but the price of the Black Wind Pavilion's auction is indeed very high. However, the commission is also very high. At the very least, you have to pay 20% of the price. The person leading the way explained. Moreover, there are some things that a martial artist doesn't know whether they are treasures or not after obtaining them. If you want to take them to the Black Wind House for appraisal, you will have to pay a considerable appraisal fee. If the item is really valuable, then it's fine. If it isn't, then you will suffer a huge loss. Therefore, after obtaining such an item, martial artists would basically mark a price casually and set up a stall to sell it. Of course, most of these people were relatively stronger, so no one dared to snatch it. There were also some people who were sheltered by the Black Python clan and had their own shops in the Black Street. Some daily necessities and ordinary items could be bought in those shops. The Black Wind Pavilion is very strict when it comes to choosing their auction items. Every day, they auction no more than 20 items. Furthermore, every item is a rare item that cultivators are willing to pay a high price for. I see. Ling Xiao now had a better understanding of the city of Sin. For all he knew, he might actually be able to obtain the Imperial Jade Seal in the city of Sin. However, he estimated that he would have to wait a little longer. After listening to the person leading the way, Ling Xiao released his soul power and began to search the stalls on both sides of the Black Street for good items. Although most of the items on the stalls were trash and not worth much, it was just as the person leading the way had said. What if he picked up some scraps? Ling Xiao had a strong soul power. When it came to picking up scraps, of course, he wouldn't give up. After walking for about a few hundred meters, the Black Wind House was right in front of him. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at one of the stalls. How much is this item? Ling Xiao squatted down and asked. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fixed price. The stall owner looked at Ling Xiao and said lightly, All right, deal. Ling Xiao didn't haggle. The item he had his eyes on was a very outstanding piece of ancient jade. It contained very pure energy. Although it wasn't some rare treasure, it was very good for cultivation. Its value was estimated to be around 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, the stall owner didn't know the value of the item, so he didn't recognize it. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, could clearly feel the energy contained within the ancient jade. Young man, you sure are straightforward. The stall owner's strength wasn't bad. He should be a powerhouse half a step into the Grotto Heaven realm. If he dared to set up a stall here, he definitely wouldn't be able to do so without this strength. Wait a minute, I'll pay 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for this item. Just as Ling Xiao was about to take the piece of ancient jade from the stall owner, he was stopped by someone. Look, it's Mang Xiao from the Black Python clan. It really is Mang Xiao, the #1 genius of the Black Python clan. His status isn't any lower than the 6 young masters of the Sword of Jade Wave Island or the 10 great Phoenix sons of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Exclamations rose and fell one after another. Everyone turned to look behind Ling Xiao. There was a man standing there, a tall and sturdy man with an awe-inspiring aura. Although he looked so majestic, he was not old. He was only 19 years old. However, his cultivation was higher than Mo Xiaoyu. He had reached the half-step grotto heaven realm growth phase. Ling Xiao looked back at Mang Xiao and couldn't help but frown. The Black Python clan was indeed a ruthless clan. They had never been reasonable in their dealings. He didn't look like a human at all. Instead, he looked like a supergiant python with his mouth wide open. He stared at him with sharp and fierce eyes. It seems that the Black Python clan isn't bragging. Mang Xiao can be considered a super genius in terms of aptitude. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "Sorry, I saw this piece of ancient jade first, and I've already negotiated the price." Ling Xiao looked at the guy who was almost 3 heads taller than him and said lightly, "Is that guy crazy?" Yeah, he didn't move aside when he saw Mang Xiao. He even dared to speak like that. Is he looking for death? Maybe he really is crazy. He didn't give way to Mo Xiaoyu before, and now he's fighting with Mang Xiao. He's looking for death. Exclamations of surprise and schadenfreude could be heard from the crowd. They all felt that Ling Xiao was simply looking for trouble. You saw it first? Ha ha ha. In the city of Sin, Mang Xiao, will get whatever I want. Mang Xiao laughed and said, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of here before I attack you." Although he didn't attack, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of mist. The mist had a sinister purple hue, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao's body was quickly covered by the purple mist. It's the Black Python clan's purple mist poison. This kid is dead meat. A few mocking and gloating voices came from the crowd. However, the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 1182. As the purple poison miasma enveloped Ling Xiao's body, the crowd couldn't help but laugh in schadenfreude. There weren't many martial artists in the city of Sin who were sympathetic. This was truly a place of evil. But in the next moment, their laughter came to an abrupt halt. Ling Xiao hadn't even moved, but the terrifying purple poison miasma had completely vanished, as if something had forcefully sucked it away. A martial artist with better eyesight could vaguely see that something had happened to Ling Xiao's left eye, but it had happened so quickly that not even they could see it clearly. The purple poison miasma has been dispelled, and so easily? The crowd cried out in alarm. They were very familiar with Mang Xiao's purple poison miasma. Countless martial artists had died tragically to this poison miasma. Even if they didn't die, they would be at Mang Xiao's mercy after being poisoned. It was simply impossible to dispel it so easily. No wonder this brat dared to provoke Mang Xiao. It seems like he does have some skill. Thinking back to Ling Xiao's encounter with Mo Xiaoyu and his current calmness in the face of Mang Xiao, many people had such thoughts. Good brat, no wonder you didn't give me Mang Xiao face. But in the city of Sin, I advise you to be more cautious. What's your name? Mang Xiao smirked as he looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength had truly surprised him, but it wasn't enough to make him fearful. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as ever, without the slightest hint of excitement. Perhaps it was because he had met so many experts that he had become more mature. But the moment he heard this name, Mang Xiao's triangular eyes suddenly narrowed and his brow furrowed. Ling Xiao. Could it be him? Mang Xiao had never seen Ling Xiao in person, but he was far too familiar with this name. This person had chased an enemy for 1,000 li, killed Timur Mutu, captured Tomohiko Kuma alive, wreaked havoc in the Divine Phoenix capital, killed the Righteous Alliance's young lord, and destroyed the Lightning Demon King. What was even more frightening was that there was news recently that this kid had returned to the Sky Dragon continent and wiped out the true demon empire in one fell swoop. He had rebuilt the human empire and named it the Celestial Empire. He had even become a celestial emperor. This kind of information was only known to the upper echelons of the major forces. Most of the ordinary people did not know much about Ling Xiao. They might not even have heard of this name. The name Ling Xiao seems to ring a bell, but he shouldn't be some great figure. He's not one of the Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 great Phoenix Sons, nor is he one of Jade Ripple Island's 6 young masters of the sword, nor is he one of the Black Crow Empire's 7 malignant stars, nor is he related to the Black Python clan. In the crowd, many people revealed puzzled expressions. These 23 people were the most outstanding young warriors of the 3 major forces. However, Ling Xiao was definitely not one of them. Even among the cultivators who were second only to these 23 people, he didn't seem to have his name. However, looking at Meng Zhao's expression, everyone understood that Ling Xiao might really be extraordinary. Meng Xiao definitely knew about Ling Xiao. So it's Brother Ling, sorry for the disrespect. Since that's the case, take this as my gift to Brother Ling. Meng Xiao smiled. When he was at home, he had heard from his elders that it was best not to provoke Ling Xiao if he met him. Although he was not convinced, he still chose to listen to his elders today. Thank you. Ling Xiao nodded calmly. After all, this was the Black Python clan's territory. It would be best if there was no conflict. Since the other party was willing to give up, then there was no problem. No way, Meng Xiao is actually afraid. Looks like this kid is really extraordinary. He can actually make Meng Xiao choose to give up. The crowd started to discuss again. When Meng Xiao heard this, although he was annoyed, he could still hold it in. After all, he was considered the successor of the Black Python clan. How could he not have some self-control? However, although he could hold it in, the people who came with him could not. Ling Xiao turned back to trade with the stall owner. Just as he took the ancient jade in his hand, a dangerous aura suddenly attacked from behind. That feeling was like being sneak attacked by a snake. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely offend them. He could give Meng Xiao face, but if someone insisted on dealing with him, then sorry. He did not turn around, but a ball of dazzling light suddenly condensed on his back. This light flashed and disappeared. What followed was a blood-curdling scream. The hands of the person who had ambushed Ling Xiao were completely burnt. They were charred black, and when the wind blew, they turned into ashes. Everyone looked over in surprise. They thought that everything would be fine, but they did not expect such a thing to happen. The onlookers were naturally very excited, but the Black Python clan's martial artists did not look so good. Brother, what's going on? What happened to your hand? Bastard, this bastard attacked me. The face of the cultivator, whose hands were completely destroyed, was deathly pale, large beads of sweat constantly dripping from his head. However, his eyes were filled with a fierce killing intent, as if he wanted to tear Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces and cut him into 1,000 pieces. Ling Xiao put the ancient jade into his storage ring, then turned back to look at the pair of ferocious eyes. Suddenly, he pointed his finger. The shadow all pierced through the air and directly pierced through the martial artist's throat. The martial artist's throat gurgled as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. The ferocity in his eyes had already turned into terror. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Ling Xiao would dare to attack him in front of Meng Xiao in the city of Sin. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't want this to happen either. It was just that after being ambushed, he still had to be framed for plotting. He did not have such a good temper. I can't accept this. Even though it was hard for him to make a sound, for clear words still popped out from his muffled words. He really could not accept this. He thought that no one would dare to attack him in the city of Sin. He thought that no one would dare to kill him in front of Meng Xiao. However, he was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. The price for this mistake was his life. Everyone on the street was shocked. Even those who were stronger than Ling Xiao were shocked by his brazen provocation. They might dare to attack the Black Python clan, but they definitely would not dare to attack in front of Mang Shao, and so many people in broad daylight. How was this killing a person? This was basically declaring war on the Black Python clan. The Black Python clan was incomparably powerful, and he had the support of the Black Crow Empire, Divine Phoenix Empire, and Jade Ripple Island's upper echelons. Making an enemy out of the Black Python clan meant making an enemy out of these three forces. This young man was really crazy. You have to pay the price for speaking carelessly. If I wanted to plot against someone, I would do it against a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Are you worthy? Ling Xiao glanced at the corpse on the ground indifferently and threw out a sentence. There was no need to explain anything. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was much stronger than that person. It was impossible for him to plot against him. Chapter 1183. If everyone was reasonable, Ling Xiao would naturally be innocent. However, the city of Sin was not a place to be reasonable. Ling Xiao had killed a member of the Black Python clan. If Mang Shao did nothing, he would be too cowardly. Everyone looked at Mang Shao, wanting to see how the number one genius of the Black Python clan would deal with this matter. Mang Shao was very unhappy. He even had a murderous intent, although he knew very well that his men had ambushed Ling Xiao and suffered losses. Ling Xiao had killed his men in front of so many people. This was clearly not giving him any face. This was clearly a slap to his face in front of everyone. This was intolerable. At this moment, he had already thrown the advice of the elders in his family aside. If he did not do something, he, Mang Shao, would not be able to show his face in the future. Ling Xiao, do you know how angry I am right now? Even if my men were in the wrong, you did not give me any face. You did not give the Black Python clan any face. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Mang Zhao's entire body glowed with a purple light. His vigorous fighting spirit had already been ignited. This made everyone excited. He was finally going to make a move. Mang Shao was a young warrior who did not lose to the 6 young masters of the sword. What kind of lesson would he teach this newcomer to the city of Sin? Face? Is face more important or your life more important? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "You're just losing face now. If you really want to make a move, then you'll lose your life." A threat that was completely undisguised. Mang Zhao's expression became more and more unpleasant. He did not know Ling Zhao's background at all. However, the other party was so calm as if he had already defeated him. This made him somewhat hesitant. Should he make a move or not? What would the consequences be if he made a move? He did not know. He was currently in a very bad mood. This bread is too awesome. From what he said, it seems like he can even kill Mang Shao. That's right. That should be what he meant. I vaguely remember this name. Could he be the chosen child that was previously the talk of the Divine Phoenix Empire? When this person said this, the others immediately had an impression of him. However, most of the people here had only heard some rumors about the chosen one, Ling Xiao. They had no idea about Ling Xiao's strength and character. Will the chosen one of the heavenly dragon continent be a match for the young master of the Black Python clan? Everyone was looking forward to the next battle. Young master, why are you still wasting time with that stinking brat? Kill him. He actually dares to not give our Black Python clan face. That's right. Even if our people sneak attacked him, he should have obediently accepted his death. How dare he resist? Where is the law? In these people's eyes, the Black Python clan was the law of the city of Sin. Everything here was decided by the Black Python clan. Even if they wanted to kill someone, that person could only kneel and let them kill him. They couldn't even fight back. Otherwise, they would be considered traitors. If you can fight, then don't talk nonsense. I'm standing right here, waiting for you. Ling Zhao's face revealed a provocative smile, as if the martialists before him were just a bunch of trash with mouths. All talk and no action. The martialists from the Black Python clan were extremely furious. However, even if they were furious, they didn't dare to attack. Ling Xiao had easily killed their brother just now. His attack was so fast that they didn't even see it clearly. If they fought with such a person, they would also die. That was why they instigated Mang Xiao to attack. In this place, only Mang Xiao could fight with Ling Xiao. They could then fish in troubled waters and secretly stab Ling Xiao with a knife. Mang Xiao was now in a difficult position. He was really unwilling to fight with Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao's strength was really unfathomable. However, under such circumstances, he had no choice but to defend the dignity of the Black Python clan. What he needed now was a way out, a way to turn around and leave. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to leave just like that. However, if he really fought, he might really lose his life. Young master, something big has happened. There were still some smart people. Suddenly, a member of the Black Python clan jumped out from the crowd and shouted at Mang Xiao, "The great master wants you to go back quickly." He said it's a big matter regarding the Black Python clan. Of course, this was fake. He just wanted to give Mang Xiao a way out. After Mang Xiao heard this, he immediately withdrew his battle intent. He glared at Ling Xiao and said, "You're lucky today. In the city of Sin, you should know your place. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Let's go." Mang Xiao couldn't wait to leave. This made everyone dumbfounded. Although Mang Xiao had a reason to leave, according to their understanding of Mang Xiao, once this person was angered, he wouldn't leave no matter what. They had to kill the person who angered him. Why did he suddenly become so rational today? Was he scared? Faced with this situation, the martialists from the Black Python clan were even more stunned. The usually domineering young Master Mang Xiao actually watched as his brother was killed and didn't kill the other party. However, Mang Xiao had already left. The few of them didn't dare to find trouble with Ling Xiao at all. They ran away with their tails between their legs. The surrounding martialists wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. After all, this was the territory of the Black Python clan. They were really worried that the Black Python clan would take revenge. "You can leave now." Ling Xiao waved at the martialist who led the way. Since the Black Wind Gang was already visible, there was no need for a guide. "Thank you for not killing me, young master." The martialist who led the way cupped his hands and left as if he was running for his life. Just now, Ling Xiao killed a member of the Black Python clan in front of Mang Xiao. This scene left a deep impression in his heart. It was simply impossible to forget. "Master, are we still going to continue shopping?" Cold Plum asked softly as she looked at the sudden increase in the number of people wearing Black Python clothing on the street. Obviously, although Mang Xiao had found an excuse to leave, he definitely couldn't take this lying down. Now, the Black Python clan had already started to take action. As long as there was a chance, he believed that these people would definitely mercilessly destroy him. "Ling Xiao, let's go to the auction house first. Otherwise, the items will be snatched away by others." Ling Xiao thought about it and said, "Ling Xiao, I just heard something interesting. You'll be interested." The Moon Maiden suddenly said, "What is it, Sister Moon Maiden?" Ling Xiao asked in bewilderment. "It seems that Sin City will be holding an alchemy convention in 2 days. At that time, alchemists from the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, 7 Martial Grandmaster Island, and even 5 Immortal Island will participate. Aren't you always interested in alchemy? Do you want to join in the fun?" The Moon Maiden replied with a smile, "Of course I'll participate. Where will it be held?" Ling Xiao didn't doubt the Moon Maiden's words at all. After all, The Moon Maiden was an Yin-Yang realm expert. Her perception range was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. It was normal for her to hear things that Ling Xiao couldn't hear. The Black Python Clan. The Moon Maiden smiled. Chapter 1184. Hee, interesting. Then I'll definitely go. Ling Xiao liked crowds. Plus, this alchemy convention was related to what he was best at. If he went, he might even be able to get something good. It's good that you want to go. The alchemy convention in the City of Sin is an event that only happens once every 2 years. The Black Crow Empire, the Divine Phoenix Empire, the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island, and the 5 Immortal Island will all send people to participate. It'd be a shame to miss it. The Moon Lady smiled. To an alchemist, interacting with others in the same field is very important. If you can get some results in this convention, I'm sure more and more people will be wary of you in the future. It'd be a shame if you don't use this advantage. Master, I've also heard that the alchemy convention in the City of Sin will be watched by many forces. If you perform well, you'll be noticed by these forces and invited to be their guest. The treatment is so good that countless people will go crazy. Cold Plum added, though she was young, she had actually been to many more places than Ling Xiao. In Cold Plum's blurry memory, she seemed to have been to the City of Sin before. It was just that she was too young back then and couldn't remember clearly. I can work with some big forces, but I don't need to submit. I am the Heavenly Emperor of the Celestial Empire. If I become someone else's alchemist, I won't have any freedom. Ling Xiao shook his head. That's where you're wrong. Master Miracle Hand Sun Shang. You know him too. Though he was killed by us, he had a glorious past. Cold Plum said, Sun Shang was an absolute dark horse in the 31st Alchemy Convention in the City of Sin. Before he participated in this convention, he was a nobody and was very poor. But after he successfully got some results in the convention, he was noticed by many big forces. In the end, he chose to become an imperial doctor of the Sacred Dynasty. At that time, Sun Shang was only a low-level alchemist of the Yellow Realm. His cultivation at that time was even worse. He was only at the first Grotto Heaven realm. But with the support of the Sacred Dynasty, not only did his alchemist rank increase, but he also became the strongest alchemist of the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents. Furthermore, his cultivation base had soared as well, becoming a powerful Grotto Heaven state supreme being. Before he was killed by us, he was really someone who could call the wind and summon the rain. If he didn't have the support of the Sacred Dynasty, he wouldn't have had the terrifying achievements he has today just by relying on his own efforts. So, Sun Shang actually has such a history. Ling Xiao had always thought that Sun Shang was born and raised in the Heavenly Dragon continent and had never left that place. The Moon Maiden said casually, "That's right. Whether it's cultivation or alchemy, it requires a lot of money. Even for someone with extremely high talent in medicine, if they lacked the support of an endless supply of medicinal ingredients, it would still be difficult for them to achieve results. Many genius martial artists were delayed when they were young, and when they reached a certain age, they lost their innate advantages and became mediocre. Alchemists needed medicinal ingredients to concoct pills. If they spent all their time on this, where would they find the time to improve their abilities? If they had a rich backer to provide them with ingredients, then it would be different. They could completely focus on concocting pills and not worry about anything else. The Alchemy Conference is actually to find rich backers who can support you. Many alchemists have the same idea. Hee, Sister Moon Maiden, what you're talking about has nothing to do with me. Ling Xiao had the mountain river martial spirit. While others needed tens of thousands of medicinal ingredients to practice, he only needed one set. He was only 17 years old, and it had been less than 2 years since he started learning alchemy. However, His current achievements were no worse than Sun Shang's before he died. Therefore, to him, large amounts of medicinal ingredients were meaningless unless they were used to concoct pills. Moreover, he was now the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. He had such a huge empire behind him. Adding on the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Princess Ya's help, it was not impossible for him to get medicinal ingredients. Speaking of medicinal ingredients, he suddenly thought of something. This time, he came to the city of Sin with another purpose. He wanted to get as many medicinal ingredients as possible and concoct enough pills to increase the overall strength of the Dark Thorn and the Divine Capital's guards, compared to the Imperial Jade Seal. This was also very important. Although he could not rely on pills, it would not do if he did not use them at all. We've arrived at the Black Wind Tower. The three of them chatted as they arrived in front of the Black Wind Tower. Looking at the Black Wind Tower, which was so tall that its peak could not be seen, Ling Xiao could not help but reveal a surprised expression. This Black Wind Tower was not simple. The power behind the Black Wind Tower was not simple either. Let's go in and take a look. Let's see what's so special about this so-called strongest auction house on the Divine Phoenix continent. Ling Xiao had a feeling that he would definitely be able to find the Imperial Jade Seal in this trip to the City of Sin. This feeling became even stronger the moment he entered the Black Wind Tower. The three of them stepped onto the bluestone paved road. It was flat and clean, and there was not even a trace of debris. Under the hawk-like gaze of the Black Wind Tower's guards, Ling Xiao and the other two stepped into the Black Wind Tower. Compared to the bustling atmosphere on the Black Street, the inside of the Black Wind Tower was much quieter. Even though there were many people, everyone kept quiet and did not dare to speak loudly. From the Black Street to the Black Wind Tower, there was only a door between them, but it was like heaven and earth. The difference was really big. Inside the Black Wind Tower, there was no cold wind. Instead, it was very warm. When Ling Xiao saw the layout inside, his eyes suddenly went out of control. In the entire hall, all the counters were made of crystal and gold. Not only were they beautiful, they were also very high class. There were also guards inside the Black Wind Tower, but they were all in plain clothes and did not wear any special uniforms. However, Ling Xiao could tell from their expressions and eyes that these people were definitely from the Black Wind Tower. The moment Ling Xiao and the other two stepped into the Black Wind Tower, at least 100 gazes swept over them. After a moment, these very uncomfortable and nervous, sharp gazes gradually moved away. Say, who do you think is the boss behind the scenes of the Black Wind Tower? I don't believe it's the Black Python clan. Does the Black Python clan have such a big lineup? Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and asked in confusion. The Black Python clan's great master is the boss of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. With the support of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island, even the Black Crow Empire, Divine Phoenix Empire, and Emerald Ripple Island do not dare to provoke them easily. Master, you can't underestimate him. Cold Plum reminded. In order to become Ling Xiao's most capable assistant, and not just a helper, Cold Plum could be said to have put in a lot of hard work. At the very least, in her spare time when she was cultivating, she still looked up a lot of information related to the City of Sin. It was not a coincidence that she was able to say these things this time. Chapter 1185. The Changle Celestial Island actually acquiesced to the existence of these **** forces. It seems that the 5 Celestial Island isn't a good place either. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, and his eyes suddenly glanced in the direction of the Raven Wind Tower. The originally quiet crowd suddenly became excited, as if something had happened, or some big shot had appeared. Through the dense crowd, Ling Xiao caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. It was still that graceful and delicate figure, Still that calm pace. Still that noble smile. This figure made many men feel like beasts in heat, pouncing on her as soon as they smelled her scent. This beautiful woman frowned her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Obviously, she had a natural resistance to those men who tried to get close to her. However, when her gaze landed near the entrance of the Ravenwind Tower, she was stunned on the spot. Her gaze was completely focused on the black-haired young man in white. As the most dazzling pearl in the hall, her every move attracted the attention of the people around her. Seeing Yunya's gaze fall on Ling Xiao with a knowing smile, many male warriors couldn't help but feel as if a cat was scratching their hearts. At the same time, they felt uncomfortable, and at the same time, they felt a strong sense of jealousy. That's Princess Yunya from the auction house that I met in the Holy City. She also helped me a lot in the Divine Phoenix capital. Ling Xiao smiled and introduced her to the Moon Lady and Cold Plum beside him. After a while, the sound of cheerful footsteps could be heard. Yunya flew to Ling Xiao's side like a beautiful magpie. Young hero Ling, I didn't expect you to still be as sharp and eye-catching as a sword after not seeing you for only a few months. I heard that you've become the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. It's a pity that I went to the Changle's Celestial Island a while ago because of work, so I couldn't catch up with your heroic battles in the Divine Phoenix capital and Shanghai. Yunya had long heard of Ling Xiao's great achievements. She had always wanted to meet and have a good talk with Ling Xiao, but unfortunately, she couldn't do it because of work. She looked very excited, and her slender and delicate figure was even trembling. Many people couldn't help but feel pity for her, and they couldn't help but want to go forward and hug her. Princess Yunya is becoming more and more mature and charming. Even a young boy like me is drooling. Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Let me introduce you. This is the Moon Lady. You should know her. The other is Cold Plum. You've met her before. Cold Plum." Yunya's body had a charming fragrance. This must have been done with extremely high-quality spices. It wasn't vulgar, but it was still very charming. "Greetings, Your Highness, Sister Cold Plum." Yunya was very respectful to the Moon Lady, and she was really surprised to see her. She was really was moon was to was. "Greetings, Princess Yunya." Cold Plum cupped her hands and said. The Moon Lady just nodded slightly. If it weren't for her relationship with Ling Xiao, she might not have bothered with Yunya at all. After all, she was an Yin-Yang realm expert. She was the strongest existence on the Sky Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and even the White Tiger continent. I just heard that Mang Zhao's subordinate was killed by a young swordsman named Ling Xiao. I thought it was just someone with the same name. I didn't expect it to be you. Yunya looked at Ling Xiao again and said with a little worry. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Yes, the murderer is Ling Xiao. Mang Xiao couldn't control his subordinate. That person actually dared to sneak an attack on me. I killed him casually." Ling Xiao, since you met Mang Xiao, you must already know the power of the Black Python clan, right? Yunya asked. "Yes, I heard that it is a secret force of the Changle Celestial Island. The leader is very powerful." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Since you know, then you should understand that there is no good ending for offending the Black Python clan. Why don't I be the middleman and peacemaker and help you make peace?" Yunya said after thinking for a while. "Princess Yunya seems to have forgotten that I am not only the Dragon King of the Divine Phoenix Empire, but also the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. The one who should regret is not me, but the Black Python clan." Ling Xiao said lightly. Hearing this, Yunya couldn't help but be stunned. After a long time, she suddenly understood the real meaning of Ling Xiao's words. If there was a reconciliation, it should be the weak who reconciled with the strong. At this time, the weak was not Ling Xiao, but the Black Python clan. I understand. Yunya smiled and didn't insist on reconciliation. At this time, she suddenly thought of the Phoenix Academy. At that time, Ling Xiao was not as strong as he was now, and his power was not as strong as it was now. However, he still killed Heavenly Master Miracle Hand and completely suppressed the elixir business of the Phoenix Academy, allowing Qingshu College to be reborn. Now, Ling Xiao was obviously more mature than he was at that time. With a powerful force as his backing, he really didn't have to be afraid of the Black Python clan. By the way, Princess Yunya, why are you here? Aren't you afraid that they'll eat you up? That's a bunch of ferocious men, you know. Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Yunya shook her head helplessly and said, "It's a task assigned by the headquarters. They asked me to come to the city of Sin to be the host of an auction for the Raven Wind House. The Black Python clan is quite powerful. They can actually get in touch with the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce." Ling Xiao was a little surprised. "That's not it. It's probably my boss who is using his power to intimidate others. He is in charge of the business of the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent at the Changle Celestial Island. Naturally, he has the power to assign me." Yunya sighed and said, "You don't sound too happy?" Ling Xiao asked, "How can I be happy? In the city of Sin, there are too many shameless people. I can't stand their frivolous words." Yunya said, helplessly, "Why don't we find a place to talk? You must be here for the auction today. I will arrange a VIP room for you." "Sure, standing here all the time, I'm almost being treated as a rare animal." While Ling Xiao and Yunya were talking, the eyes of the people around them didn't move. They were all staring at them. "The three of you, follow me." Yunya made a gesture of invitation. Then she walked in front and headed for a staircase. The entire staircase was made of exquisite white jade. It was really extravagant. There were 6 guards standing at the bottom of the staircase, looking at Ling Xiao, and the other 2 behind Yunya, their eyes were full of vigilance. "Princess Yunya, without the permission of our housemaster, no one is allowed to go up," the guard said to Yunya as he blocked the path of Ling Xiao and the others. "If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Don't you know that I have this privilege? If it doesn't work, I will turn around and leave right now. I will not make things difficult for you." Yunya said lightly. Chapter 1186. The 6 guards gathered together and lowered their heads to discuss for a moment. Finally, they made way for her. According to the rules of the Raven Wind Tower, the distinguished guests could indeed bring guests upstairs, but they could only bring 4 people at a time. Yunya did not violate the rules, so they really could not stop her. Moreover, Yunya was backed by the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, so they did not dare to provoke her easily. Otherwise, they would definitely be in serious trouble in the future. "Stop." Yunya had already brought Ling Xiao, Moon Maiden, and Cold Plum to the 2nd floor. Just as she was about to look for a private room, a somewhat weak voice suddenly sounded. After a while, several people appeared in front of them. The person in the lead was pale and thin, and his eyes were a little erratic. He felt that his body was weak because of long-term sexual intercourse. However, this young man, who was obviously overindulgent, was not weak at all. He was actually a warrior of the 9th heavenly layer. This kind of cultivation was considered outstanding anywhere in the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent. They weren't as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns, but they were definitely elites. The young man looked at Yunya with a smile. 2 green lights shone in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth even raised into an evil smile. "Mang Yuan, what do you want to do?" A cold and disgusted expression appeared on Yunya's face. It was as if she had suddenly seen a bedbug while eating. That kind of feeling was beyond disgusting. "What do I want to do?" "Princess Yunya, although you are the host of the auction invited by the Ravenwind Tower, you can't casually play favoritism. Each of those VIP rooms is extremely precious. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry is qualified to enter." A touch of gloominess appeared on Mang Yuan's face. He was very unhappy, especially when he saw Yunya's disgusted and contemptuous expression. He simply had an impulse to force himself on her. He was a direct relative of the Black Python clan. The first master was his uncle, and his cultivation aptitude was definitely not bad. He had reached the early stage of the 9th heavenly layer at the age of 19. This was not something that anyone could do. He was smitten with Yunya the moment he saw her. He had once entrusted his uncle to propose marriage, but Yunya had directly rejected him. This made him, who had always been proud and fierce, very unhappy. Therefore, when facing Yunya, he would more or less target her. But why do I remember that the great leader of the Black Python clan once promised me that no matter which friend I bring, I can freely use one or two of the noble rooms here? Although Yunya's words were polite, her tone was cold and disdainful. The one who invited him here was the great leader of the Black Python clan, not a small guard captain of the Dark Wind Pavilion. "Get out of the way, or you'll be going against the first master." Yunya glanced at Mang Yuan coldly. Then she turned around and grabbed Ling Zhao's arm. She walked past Mang Yuan and headed toward the VIP box. This scene made Mang Yuan feel like his face was burning. This woman actually dared to threaten and ignore him in front of his subordinates. More importantly, the woman he had been pursuing but could not get was actually holding another man's arm intimately. This made him burn with jealousy. As the fire burned, he gradually lost his mind and roared at Yunya's back. "TCH, it turns out that you pretend to be noble and virtuous in front of me like a white lotus, but secretly you like this kind of little fresh meat. I just don't know if this immature brat can satisfy your needs on the bed." Yunya suddenly turned around and cast a cold gaze at Mang Yuan. She released a powerful aura, which surprised Ling Zhao. He had always thought that Yunya was just a businesswoman and might not have a powerful cultivation. He did not expect that this woman, who usually looked charming and charming, actually had a terrifying cultivation of half-step yin-yang realm. It was simply terrifying. Mang Yuan was also shocked. He suddenly realized that he did not provoke a woman he found on the roadside, but a terrifying existence from the Heavenly Dragon trading firm. This woman had become the boss of the Heavenly Dragon trading firm in the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent at such a young age. If she was not capable, it was impossible. It was no wonder that even the first master was so respectful to this woman. He forced himself to swallow the dirty words that he was about to blurt out, but he still felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, Ling Zhao came into his sight. "I don't dare to scold Yunya, but I dare not scold this boy." Mang Yuan felt that he needed to vent his anger. Otherwise, he would definitely go crazy. So, he absolutely could not bear it. He scolded Ling Zhao. "Boy, you've hooked up with 3 women at once. Aren't you afraid that your little body can bear it? Why don't you let me have some fun with the 2 beside you?" Ling Zhao suddenly stopped. He looked at Yunya and said, "Princess Yunya, can we kill this man? After all, he is the nephew of the great master of the Black Python clan. Give him some face and just cut off his tongue." Yunya said lightly, "Good idea. Since he likes to scold people so much, I'll cut off his tongue so that he can't speak forever." According to Ling Zhao's temper, he would definitely kill the other party for blaspheming his sister Moon Maiden and sister Cold Plum. However, after all, this involved Yunya. He did not want to make things too difficult for Yunya. Moreover, cutting off his tongue might be more punishing than killing Mang Yuan. Be careful, his strength is not ordinary, Yunya was just about to remind Ling Xiao. However, before she could finish speaking, she found that Mang Yuan had already knelt on the ground, covering his bleeding mouth. And on the ground made of white jade, a section of his tongue looked very shocking. Since Princess Yunya has pleaded for you, I will only cut off your tongue. This is also for your own good. Otherwise, in the future, if you meet someone more ferocious than me, you will lose your life. Ling Xiao glanced at Mang Yuan indifferently as if he had done something very ordinary. Since someone was looking for a beating, why should he be polite? He did not want to provoke the Black Python clan. However, if the people of the Black Python clan insisted on making trouble for him, he could not avoid them. It was better to take the initiative to attack. Boy, you're finished. How dare you touch our guard captain? You're dead meat. At this moment, the guards behind Mang Yuan finally realized what had happened. They looked at Ling Xiao in horror and shouted fiercely, "Why aren't you getting out of here? Do you really want to die?" Yunya rebuked angrily. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao would start a massacre here. In that case, he would be at odds with the Black Python clan. She did not know how powerful Ling Xiao was now, but she definitely did not want Ling Xiao to risk offending an unknown enemy. When Mang Yuan was carried away by his subordinates, although he could not speak, his eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao as if he wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. Chapter 1187. Ling Xiao, this doesn't seem like your style. Why don't you just kill this kind of scum? Didn't you see how unconvinced he was when he left? The Moon Maiden said with a smile, I have to give Princess Yunya some face. If I kill that guy in front of her, I'm afraid the boss of the Black Python clan will blame it on Princess Yunya. Ling Xiao explained, You really know how to take care of girls. The Moon Maiden said with a meaningful smile, I swear to the heavens, Sister Moon Maiden, in my heart, you are the only one I love. Ling Xiao hurriedly swore to the heavens. All right, why are you so nervous? If I didn't believe you, would I care about you so much? Although the Moon Maiden was an expert, she was still a woman. When she heard Ling Xiao's words, she still felt sweet from the bottom of her heart. You're right. Princess Yunya, I'm sorry for dirtying your place. It's just that guy's mouth was too smelly, and I couldn't help it. Ling Xiao said to Yunya with a smile. Yunya smiled bitterly and helplessly. Although that's the case, after that guy leaves, he will definitely complain to the boss of the Black Busy clan. I think you should leave the city of Sin. That boss has always been very protective of his family. Whether it's right or wrong, anyone who dares to provoke him, especially his family, will be in for a bad time. There's no need for that. Let's go to the private room first. I have something important to talk to you about. I hope you can help me get it done as soon as possible. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, As for the boss of the Black Python clan, it's best if he doesn't provoke me. If he does, I will definitely make him suffer. Yunya glanced at the Moon Maiden and couldn't help but sigh. I forgot that you have a protector by your side. But don't blame me for not reminding you. It's best if the Moon Maiden doesn't make a move. Once a Yin-Yang realm expert makes a move in the city of Sin, it will definitely attract the attention of the Changle Celestial Island. It will be even more troublesome then. I don't need my sister Moon Maiden. The Moon Maiden was not the only thing Ling Xiao could rely on. Furthermore, he didn't bring the Moon Maiden with him as a bodyguard. It was because the Moon Maiden needed the moon in his Mountain River world. After all, the soul of his master, Yuan Venerate, was recuperating in his mountain river realm. If he really ran into trouble, he had plenty of ways to deal with it. In the private room, Yunya brewed tea for Ling Xiao and the other two. Then she went straight to the point and asked, "Young Hero Ling, if there's anything you need, just tell me. It's not the first time we've worked together. We should have a tacit understanding between us, right? And it's actually not that complicated. I need some materials for alchemy. Do you have green mangoes in your trading company?" Ling Xiao asked. "Green mangoes aren't some precious medicinal ingredient. Of course we have them. I'll give them to you once we return to the Divine Phoenix capital." Yunya nodded. No. Princess Yunya may have misunderstood. If it was just a green mango, I could have bought it outside before. This time, I need a lot of it. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I need at least 200,000 green mangoes." 200,000. Yunya couldn't help but be shocked when she heard Ling Xiao's words. Green mangoes weren't fruits, but real medicinal ingredients. Although they weren't very precious, 200,000 of them at once was definitely not something that the shops or stalls outside could provide. It was no wonder that Ling Xiao would directly ask her for them. "You want to refine the fusion essence pill?" Yunya asked tentatively. "Haha, Princess Yunya is indeed an expert. That's right, I do want to refine the fusion essence pill." Ling Xiao replied, "As far as I know, the fusion essence pill is a kind of auxiliary pill that can help absorb the energy in other pills and integrate it better into the human body. If I'm not wrong, you don't just want to refine the fusion essence pill, right?" Yunya lowered her head and thought for a while before asking. "Smart. Otherwise, why would I say that our cooperation is the best?" "That's right. In addition to the fusion essence pill, I also need to refine the transcendental pill, the heaven origin pill, and the constitution enhancing pill. These are all pills that are suitable for transcendence and celestial realm cultivators to cultivate." Ling Xiao smiled and directly took out a piece of paper and gave it to Yunya, saying, "The herbs on this list are all marked with the quantity. The green mango is the least expensive at 200,000. The one with the most is nearly 300,000. Originally, I thought that if you couldn't even get the green mango, you wouldn't need to ask about the rest of the herbs. But since you have already asked, I'll show you this list." Yunya pondered for a moment before saying, "There is a place that produces a lot of herbs, but you and I can't get there. However, I have an acquaintance who can help you, but he may need some benefits. Otherwise, he won't help. Tell me, what kind of pill do you want me to refine this time?" Although Ling Xiao didn't have a lot of money, his alchemy skills were very good. In the mysterious world, there was no cultivator who didn't need pills. This was his opportunity. "Haha, young Hero Ling is indeed young Hero Ling. You are smart," Yunya said with a smile. "As you said, I need you to refine a heaven fire pill." Heaven fire pill? That's not a low-grade pill. It's a top yellow-grade pill, and the materials required are also very rare. But it's not very popular. Ling Xiao clearly remembered that the heaven fire pill should be a pill that was specially created for cultivators with fire attribute martial souls. According to the eternal divine pill scripture, taking the heaven fire pill could strengthen a fire attribute martial soul, increase the fusion between the martial soul and the body, and increase the cultivator's strength. The most important thing was that top yellow-grade pills were the favorite pills of yin-yang realm cultivators. It seemed that the master Yunya knew was most likely a yin-yang realm cultivator, and it was possible that he wasn't on the Divine Phoenix continent or the Heavenly Dragon continent. How is it young Hero Ling? That senior only needs one of these pills. Moreover, he has personally come to Sin City this time to choose the most suitable alchemist for him at the alchemy conference. Yunya said with a smile, "From what you're saying, he might not use me, right?" Ling Xiao asked, "That's right. This senior only recognizes the first place contestant of the alchemy conference. As long as you can get first place in the alchemy conference, this matter will be considered a success. Not only will you be able to accept this business and ask him to help you, but most importantly, you will be able to build a good relationship with him." Yunya said with a smile, "That's good." Ling Xiao said in a low voice, "I originally planned to participate in the alchemy conference. Since this senior wants me to get first place in the alchemy conference, then I will try my best to cure him." "Are you confident? What do you think?" Ling Xiao asked in return. "Haha, with your alchemy skills, I'm afraid that no one in the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent can compare to you. However, the people from the Five Immortals Island might not be as good as you. You still have to be careful," Yunya reminded him. "Now that you mention it, it seems that I really have to get first place. Otherwise, won't I be looked down upon by Princess Yunya?" In fact, Yunya didn't understand his true alchemy skills. If he used all his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to refine a yellow-grade super pill, let alone a top-grade super pill. Chapter 1188. After settling the matter of the herbs, Ling Xiao planned to auction off the things he didn't need. Yunya brought him to the place where the auction items were collected and reminded him of the rules. Under normal circumstances, the worst magic treasure had to be an immortal treasure, and the worst medicinal pills had to be of the middle yellow level. Anything lower than that would not be accepted here. Ling Xiao thought about it. He should be able to sell the swords he had before. With the increase of his cultivation and the increase of his realm as a swordsman, the weapons that had helped him overcome many difficulties and defeated many enemies had reached a point where they needed to be replaced. The weapon he needed now was a divine treasure level soft sword. Therefore, other than the Golden Crow sword, which still had some unsolved mysteries, the rest, like the Purple Lightning Sword, Thunder Shadow Sword, Raging Wind Sword, Overflowing Rain Sword, Bewildering Mist Sword, and Snow Feather Sword, could all be auctioned off. Other than that, there were also 2 sets of martial arts manuals suitable for Sky Realm warriors. He had no use for them, so he might as well auction them off and exchange them for more useful items. Seeing that it was a guest brought by Yunya, the people of the Black Wind Tower placed great importance on him. When they saw the swords and the 2 sets of martial arts manuals that Ling Xiao took out, their eyes lit up. Although immortal treasures were not rare anymore, Ling Xiao's immortal treasures were all infused with arrays, so they were much more powerful than normal immortal treasures. Naturally, they would be more popular. As for those 2 sets of martial arts, there was no need to mention them. Martial arts manuals that were suitable for Heaven Realm martial artists to cultivate were definitely good things that countless people would fight over. There is no problem with the items, but today's auction items have already been arranged. I'm afraid we can't add them in. If you don't mind, how about we continue the auction tomorrow?" The person in charge of the Black Wind Tower was an old man with a beard. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s. His status was probably not low, and his eyes were not weak. The people of the Black Wind Tower called him Big Beard. After Big Beard received the items, he registered them and gave Ling Xiao a certificate. Then he explained the situation. "No problem. I will be staying in the City of Sin for a few more days." Ling Xiao nodded. "All right, young master can rest assured. After the item is auctioned, you only need to use this certificate to receive the spirit stones. However, we have a rule here that we need to take 20% of the commission. Does young master have any objections?" Big Beard asked. "No problem. Anyway, these were the rules." He had nothing to say. It was not like they were deliberately targeting him. "All right then. Take care, young master. The auction is about to begin. I wish you good luck." The bearded man was very respectful. He didn't know if he was giving face to Yunya or Ling Zhao's items. After entrusting the item to the Black Wind Tower, Ling Xiao went to the VIP room again. At this time, the auction was about to begin, so Yunya needed to prepare, so she didn't accompany him. In any case, it was a walk in the park, so it was nothing. After they had a cup of tea in the box and waited for a while, the auction finally began. The VIP room was relatively high, and there was a huge glass wall in front of it. One could see the outside from the inside, but the outside couldn't see inside. Through the glass, Ling Xiao noticed that Yunya had already appeared at the auction site in a splendid dress. At this time, she was wearing a very seductive dress, just like when she was at the Heavenly Dragon auction house. Every single one of her actions exuded a strong attraction. "Do you like it?" the Moon Maiden suddenly asked with a smile. "No way, Sister Moon Maiden. Are you jealous?" Ling Xiao stuck out his tongue and laughed. "Yes, I am jealous. What do you think?" The Moon Maiden raised her chin and said. Cold Plum looked at this scene in surprise. She had never seen the Moon Maiden with such a cute side. This expression was just like a lively little girl's. "Nothing much. I am very happy." Ling Xiao laughed. Although Princess Yunya was outstanding, and he had fantasized about her. Weren't all men like that? Although he fantasized, he would stop thinking about it every time he thought of the Moon Maiden by his side. Although men were sometimes unfaithful, they still had to be content. The Moon Maiden, such an outstanding woman, was willing to accompany him. This was the greatest happiness in his life. Did he still need to stare at the flowers on the roadside? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the room next door, which ruined Ling Zhao's good mood. It turned out that the people in the room next door were none other than Deadly Sword, Mo Xiaoyu, and the disciples of Bibo Island. "Senior brother Mo, I heard that you have liked Yunya for a long time. Why don't you just force yourself on her? I think you are a little too gentlemanly." "Shut up. The Heavenly Dragon auction house is not something we can afford to offend. However, Yunya is really charming and charming. If it doesn't work, I can only ask my master to propose marriage on my behalf." Mo Xiaoyu was straightforward. "What if she is unwilling?" "Unwilling? Then I can only use force." Mo Xiaoyu's voice became cold. "We can't afford to offend the Heavenly Dragon auction house, but it will be fine as long as we don't let them know." "Shoo, senior brother Mo, be careful. The walls have ears." A girl's voice hurriedly said, "What are you afraid of? If anyone dares to gossip, I will cripple them." The cold and domineering voice directly targeted the rooms on both sides. When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. Yunya was his business partner and had helped him a lot before. Even if they weren't related at all, he wouldn't let Mo Xiaoyu have his way if he knew of his dirty thoughts. Beauties were meant to be protected, not trampled on. Ha ha ha. Senior brother Mo is still so domineering. If we can get the Shadow Sword this time and get the beauty back, our Bibo Island will be proud. What is mine. No one can take it away from me. Mo Xiaoyu sneered. Ling Xiao felt that this guy was very funny. In a place like the City of Sin, there were all kinds of experts and rich people. How could he be so confident? Could it be that he was relying on the power of Bibo Island? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. Back then, he was just as arrogant in Piping Island. Now, not even a speck of him was left. Although the overall strength of these islands was comparable to the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire, they were smaller and had fewer resources. Therefore, compared to the two empires, the Seven Marshal Grandmaster Island was still slightly inferior. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at ease staying on the island. Just like the Five Immortals Island, they would directly rely on their powerful forces to control other countries and islands. Perhaps because the auction had started, there was no sound from the room next door. Ling Xiao also focused his attention on the auction items. There were a total of 20 items in today's auction. From the first item, many people fought until their heads were broken and blood flowed. However, Ling Xiao didn't bid because those items didn't seem like a big deal to him. They were just some martial arts manuals and pills. Chapter 1189. Ling Xiao had 3 goals: the Shadow Sword, the Demon's Pawn swords, and the Imperial Jade Seal. Unless there was an item that he was particularly interested in, he would definitely not bid. Finally, when the 16th item was auctioned, the Demon's Pawn swords appeared on the stage. Many people were very interested in this divine artifact. Its starting price had reached an astonishing 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Although the Demon's Pawn swords were relatively niche, it was still a divine artifact, so there were many bidders. As Yunya announced the start of the auction, the price instantly reached 23 million low-grade spirit stones, which was beyond the range of many cultivators. 23 million low-grade spirit stones, except for wealthy families. Perhaps only alchemists could afford such a high price. It could be seen how rare divine artifacts were in the Heavenly Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent. 25 million. A voice as cold as a sword came from the private room next to Ling Xiao's. Mo Xiaoyu had the support of the entire Green Wave Island, so 25 million low-grade spirit stones should be insignificant to him. Although they couldn't see the person in the box from the outside, many people felt that the ice-cold, murderous aura was incomparably familiar. It was like a treasured sword covered in blood on the battlefield, about to reap lives. The cultivators with lower cultivations turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. Deadly Sword Mo Xiaoyu. Everyone guessed this person's identity. Perhaps only Mo Xiaoyu dared to release his sword intent in such an unbridled manner in the Black Wind House. Because he was the young master of Greenwave Island, he didn't even have to give face to the Black Python clan. Not only did he have a background, but his own strength was also outstanding. Under the Grotto Heaven realm, not many people were willing to be his enemy. Therefore, after Mo Xiaoyu opened his mouth, basically everyone in the auction gave up bidding. It really wasn't worth offending Mo Xiaoyu for a set of divine artifacts. Even those with higher cultivations than Mo Xiaoyu didn't want to be unlucky. Mo Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction, preparing to enjoy the joy of a winner. Suddenly, he heard an indifferent voice coming from next door. 26 million low-grade spirit stones. Friend, no matter who you are, give me, Mo Xiaoyu, some face. In the future, let's talk nicely when we meet. 27 million low-grade spirit stones, and the item is mine. Mo Xiaoyu even revealed his identity as a warning to the person in the private room next door. He hoped that the other party would understand who he was competing with. Sorry, I don't know any Mo Xiaoyu. The item belongs to whoever has more money. 28 million. Ling Xiao had many low-grade spirit stones. Especially after destroying the True Devil Empire, he found a large number of spirit stones in the treasury of the True Devil Empire. Though most of them were used to build the country, he still took some. After all, he was going to the City of Sin to participate in the auction, and he needed spiritual stones. I give you face, but you don't. Mo Xiaoyu's expression. Brother, it's those 3 people from the Black Street. The girl beside, Mo Xiaoyu, recognized Ling Xiao's voice. It's him. Mo Xiaoyu was stunned. Cold Plum's face suddenly appeared in his mind. He was still a bit afraid of Cold Plum. Although the Devil Mother-Child sword was precious, it wasn't something he needed. As for the gift for his sister, he could choose something else. As long as he could get the Shadow Sword, it was fine. The big picture was more important. Thinking up to this point, Mo Xiaoyu chuckled. 28 million isn't worth it. If you like it, I'll give it to you. However, I hope you won't fight for the Shadow Sword. Otherwise, Mo Xiaoyu, won't be polite anymore. It was both a concession and a threat. As expected, Mo Xiaoyu gave up bidding. Ling Xiao successfully obtained the Devil Mother-Child sword. Although the price was a bit high, he didn't feel like he was losing out at all as a gift for Cold Plum. After the Devil Mother-Child sword was auctioned, the 17th item was the Shadow Sword, which was even more valuable than the Devil Mother-Child sword. Mo Xiaoyu had bid for this sword from the beginning. The starting price was 10 million, but he only bid 11 million because he wanted to buy this sword at a low price. Many people who originally wanted to bid shrank back, feeling helpless in their hearts. But this time, Mo Xiaoyu's plan was wrong again. 12 million low-grade spirit stones. The bidder was also in the room, next to Mo Xiaoyu's, but it was on his right, not Ling Xiao on his left. Humph, do you really think Mo Xiaoyu, am easy to bully? How dare any Tom, Dick, or Harry compete with me? The ferocious killing intent and raging sword intent rushed to the VIP box on the right. He didn't believe it. If he couldn't afford to offend the person in the room on the left, could it be that he couldn't afford to offend the person in the room on the right? Mo Xiaoyu, you bastard. What did my bidding do to you? If you want the Shadow Sword, then bid more. Don't be unreasonable. A powerful battle intent also erupted from the room on the right. The image of a giant python was faintly discernible, blocking Mo Xiaoyu's sword intent. It's the Black Python clan's young master Mang Xiao. That's right, it's the young master Mang Xiao. Although the crowd didn't dare to participate in the auction, they felt relieved watching this scene. Mo Xiaoyu used his power to threaten them and didn't let them participate in the auction. Now that they met a competitor, they were very happy to watch the show. If there was a young man in the City of Sin who dared to go against Mo Xiaoyu, it must be Mang Xiao from the Black Python clan. Mang Xiao's cultivation was higher than Mo Xiaoyu's. They were evenly matched in terms of strength. After all, the title of Deadly Sword, Mo Xiaoyu was not given for nothing. Challenging people of a higher cultivation level was a common occurrence. Fine, you said I don't have money. Then I'll bid 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Mo Xiaoyu snorted. He knew the identity of the other party and knew that they were not to be trifled with. He didn't dare to use force and directly raised the bid to 20 million. 21 million. Mang Xiao bid while resisting Mo Xiaoyu's sword intent. In the eyes of the crowd, today's auction wasn't about whoever bid the highest. It was more like a competition of strength. 30 million. Mo Xiaoyu once again increased the bid by 9 million low-grade spirit stones. At the same time, the terrifying sword intent almost pierced through the entire room. The people outside could clearly see that the room was constantly shaking. As expected of the deadly sword, Mo Xiaoyu. It seems like he's determined to get the Shadow Sword today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bid such a high price. It's a few million low-grade spirit stones, more than the Devil Spawn sword. It's not just that. He's not backing down at all. I'm afraid he's risking the enmity of young Master Mang Xiao. This is called being determined to get it. I don't think anyone can stop him. Mang Xiao didn't bid because he had to fight against Mo Xiaoyu with all his strength. Boom. Suddenly, a loud boom resounded in the air. The 3 VIP rooms were overturned, and the people in the rooms were exposed. Chapter 1190. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and waved his hand gently. Dust flew everywhere, but it couldn't get within 2 meters of him, the Moon Lady, and Cold Plum. Amazing! I didn't think that after not seeing you for so long, not only did Lifestealer's strength increase, but you've also become so rich. Forget it. I don't have much use for Shadow Sword anyway, so I'll let you have it. Mang Xiao's hands were trembling slightly. Although it wasn't serious, It was obvious that he had lost in this battle. It wasn't because he wanted to give up, but because he had no choice. If the younger generation of Emerald Wave Island and the Black Python clan fought, the higher-ups wouldn't interfere. Therefore, if Mang Xiao insisted on being Emo Xiaoyu's enemy, he would only be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he gave up. Emo Xiaoyu smiled slightly and said, "Young master, you're too kind. In that case, I'll accept it." He didn't look at Ling Xiao. This was because he had warned Ling Xiao not to bid anymore. He believed that he still had some face, just like when Ling Xiao didn't dare to attack him in the Black Street. Many people didn't dare to offend the young master of Emerald Wave Island. The people below also saw Ling Xiao and the other two and knew that he was the one who had competed with Emo Xiaoyu. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. In a few days, there would be 3 more corpses in the city of Sin. So, what if he won over Emo Xiaoyu here? He would be killed by Emo Xiaoyu sooner or later. This was Emo Xiaoyu's style. "Princess Yunya, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. I'll pay for the damages." Emo Xiaoyu smiled and looked at the host, Yunya, and said, "Please announce the result." Without Mang Zhao's competition, who else would compete with him for the Shadow Sword? Yunya didn't say anything. Instead, she glanced at Ling Xiao. She knew that Ling Xiao wanted the Shadow Sword and wouldn't let it go. Ling Xiao naturally didn't disappoint her. He said casually, 31 million low-grade spirit stones, and the Shadow Sword is mine. Before he could finish his sentence, there was already a burst of cold gasps. Many people in the auction house looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot, thinking that there was something wrong with this kid's head. Let's not talk about whether or not you have 31 million low-grade spirit stones. Even if you did, you shouldn't have competed with Emo Xiaoyu for the Shadow Sword. That was simply courting death. This foolish kid dares to disobey the life-taking sword. Looks like he's a newcomer. He probably doesn't know how powerful Emo Xiaoyu is. After suffering a loss, he has to regain some face. Face is important, but life is more important. Young people these days really value their faces more than their lives. No matter what, this person is out of luck. It's a pity for those 2 delicate beauties. They're probably going to fall into Emo Xiaoyu's private stash. The Moon Lady and Cold Plum were too dazzling. Even though they tried to hide their brilliance, they still became the focus of everyone's eyes. Many people were not thinking about Ling Xiao, but how Emo Xiaoyu would deal with the 2 women. However, some people were quietly observing the situation. They didn't dare to laugh at Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao went against Emo Xiaoyu in the Black Street. Then he became enemies with Mang Xiao because of the ancient jade. He even killed Mang Zhao's subordinate in front of Mang Xiao. In the end, neither Emo Xiaoyu nor Mang Xiao had any intention of touching Ling Xiao. If they still dared to look down on such a person, they would be pure idiots. It was obvious that Ling Xiao was not a simple young warrior. Perhaps the people in the city of Sin didn't know how terrifying he was. When Emo Xiaoyu heard this voice, his expression became extremely awkward. Then it turned into anger. Everyone heard him threaten Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't listen at all. He didn't care at all. Where was Emo Xiaoyu's face? "Kid, I let you go in the Black Street because I didn't want you to embarrass yourself in front of those 2 beauties. Don't take advantage of me. Next, I'll add another 1,000,000. If you just shut up and give up, you'll have a way out." Emo Xiaoyu transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Then he said loudly, 32 million low-grade spirit stones. 33 million. Before Emo Xiaoyu could finish speaking, Ling Zhao's voice had already sounded. It was as if he was purposely arguing with Emo Xiaoyu the most. Emo Xiaoyu could even see Ling Zhao's indifferent expression. His expression was too indifferent. It was as if he didn't care about him at all. In other people's eyes, he was worthless. I just said, don't take advantage of me. Since you want to die, I'll give you a quick death. Mo Xiaoyu didn't want to take it anymore. He was a person who ran amok. He was used to being arrogant and domineering. It was already a big concession that he didn't make a move on the Black Street. Now, he couldn't take it anymore. His anger erupted like a volcano and spewed toward Ling Xiao. At the same time, a furious sword intent pierced through the air and aimed at Ling Xiao. It was incomparably domineering. He wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to remember it. Ling Xiao didn't move. Cold Plum moved first. She stepped out like a ghost and instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Then a ghostly and terrifying murderous aura met Mo Xiaoyu's sword intent. There was a terrifying wail in the air. Mo Xiaoyu's sword intent actually began to tremble. This made his heart tremble. He knew that his guess was right. Cold Plum was definitely a terrifying woman. Mo Xiaoyu, the killer sword? I think it's more appropriate to call you the shameless sword. You can't afford it, but you don't let others bid? Is there such a logic in this world? Ling Xiao didn't even look at Mo Xiaoyu. He just said this calmly. His thick sarcasm and disdain was said in front of thousands of people present. Mo Xiaoyu, you want to save face? Then I'll make you lose all your face. 40 million low-grade spirit stones. Mo Xiaoyu couldn't suppress Cold Plum, so he chose to suppress Ling Xiao in terms of money. 40 million low-grade spirit stones was definitely a sky-high price. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, he would never pay such a price. Today, he was going all out. 50 million. Ling Xiao smiled. He had plenty of low-grade spirit stones, and he was determined to get the shadow sword. It might not be worth it in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, it was worth it. Mo Xiaoyu finally lost his temper, although he brought a lot of low-grade spirit stones this time. 50 million was already the upper limit. It was impossible for Emerald Wave Island to spend more than 50 million low-grade spirit stones to buy a divine artifact for him. Senior brother, Mo, why lower yourself to his level? Anyway, this thing will be yours sooner or later. The girl from Emerald Wave Island next to him also persuaded in a low voice. Good, very good. For a mere divine artifact, you actually paid 50 million low-grade spirit stones. You really have too many spirit stones to spend. How generous. Mo Xiaoyu couldn't afford it, so he could only take advantage of the situation with his mouth. Chapter 1191. In the face of Mo Xiaoyu's mockery, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "So what if I have money? I can use 50 million low-grade spirit stones to feed dogs. Naturally, I can also use them to buy the shadow sword. If I don't have money, then I don't have money. If I can't afford it, then I can't afford it. Why do I have to find such an excuse to make myself look good?" Uffed. Finally, someone below the stage couldn't help but laugh. This Mo Xiaoyu is too ungentlemanly, but this kid is amazing. He doesn't even care about 50 million low-grade spirit stones. It seems like he really is rich. We think it's a waste, but he doesn't care at all. TSK, I'm so jealous. The people below the stage all looked at Ling Xiao with envy. He had 2 beauties as his companions and a lot of spirit stones in his hands. In comparison, Mo Xiaoyu seemed to be inferior in every aspect except for being overbearing and slow and unreasonable. But was it really okay for this kid to provoke Mo Xiaoyu like this? Wasn't he afraid that something would happen? Mo Xiaoyu and the people of Emerald Ripple Island were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They had been to the city of Sin many times and had never lost to anyone in terms of wealth. This time, they had lost so thoroughly that it made them extremely angry. Brother Mo, did you hear that? Others said that you don't have money. I've heard that life-seizing sword never loses out. Today, you've been humiliated like this. Don't you want to do something? Mang Xiao had already recognized Ling Xiao. Now that he suddenly spoke, he was obviously trying to provoke Mo Xiaoyu. He didn't dare to face Ling Xiao alone, but if he had Mo Xiaoyu's help, he might be able to destroy this so-called celestial emperor. At that time, his name would spread throughout the entire divine Phoenix continent. Ling Xiao looked at Mang Xiao indifferently and said with a smile, "Young master of the Black Python clan, you don't dare to fight with me. You're a coward, but you want others to stand up for you. I think this Black Python clan is only SOSO. I guess that great master is also a coward, right?" Ling Xiao's words rang out again, but this time everyone was shocked. Where was this place? This was the city of Sin. It was understandable that Ling Xiao had offended the young master of the Emerald Ripple Island. Mo Xiaoyu. After all, the Emerald Ripple Island was too far away to interfere with the affairs of the city of Sin. However, the Black Python clan was the most powerful clan in the city of Sin. To offend the Black Python clan, this kid was really something. Did he eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts, or was he really retarded? The sinister smile on Mang Xiao's face froze. He glared at Ling Xiao furiously. He wanted nothing more than to rush forward and tear Ling Xiao's body to shreds. "Mang Xiao, it seems that this brat has offended you as well. I can understand if he doesn't give me Mo Xiaoyu any face. After all, the city of Sin doesn't belong to Jade Wave Island. But you, young Master Mang Xiao, are you going to be humiliated like this? He scolded your first master as a coward. Can you tolerate it?" Mo Xiaoyu said to Mang Xiao with a smile. The corner of Mang Xiao's mouth twitched. He said fiercely, "Brother Mo, let's not mock each other. Let me tell you the truth. This person is Ling Xiao, the Ling Xiao who has been in the limelight recently. I heard that he called himself the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire and created a human empire in the Heavenly Dragon continent. He's trying to revive the human race." The human race? Ha 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 ha. The lowly humans are trying to revive the human race? Dream on. I wonder if the Celestial Emperor is killed today, will the so-called Celestial Empire collapse in an instant? Mo Xiaoyu licked his lips and said with a sinister smile, "That's right, Brother Mo. Why don't we work together? This kid does have some skills." Mang Xiao said. "Agreed." Mo Xiaoyu nodded after a moment of silence. He wouldn't allow anyone to be more powerful than him. The city of Sin didn't need someone as powerful as Ling Xiao. "Everyone, the auction is still going on. If there's any problem that can't be solved, can we solve it after the auction?" Yunya's cold voice rang out. At the same time, she released her powerful aura. She usually kept a low profile, so very few people knew her true cultivation level. At this moment, the aura that she released easily suppressed Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao. That was terrifying. Although Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao were unwilling, they still nodded and returned to their seats. "Everyone, the young hero has bid 50 million low-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone willing to increase the price?" Yunya looked around and asked. After a moment, seeing that no one said anything, Yunya finalized the auction for this time. The shadow sword belongs to young Hero Ling. In fact, it wasn't that no one wanted to bid this price. It was just that many people present understood that even if they got the shadow sword today, it would be meaningless. This was because they would be killed by Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao together. Everything would be completely useless. Yunya smiled at Ling Xiao and then moved on to the next auction item. The 18th auction item was a precious elixir. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in it at all. He only wanted to move on to the next auction item as soon as possible. In the end, Mo Xiaoyu obtained the medicinal pill. He even glanced at Ling Xiao with a smug expression, as if showing off how rich he was. You don't have to look at me. I have plenty of low-grade, yellow-grade elixirs. It's not rare to fight with you. I have money, but I won't spend it casually. Ling Xiao glanced at Mo Xiaoyu. His gaze was as if he was looking at an idiot. He dared to spend more than 10 million low-grade spiritual stones to buy a low-grade, yellow-grade elixir. How pitiful! When he refined the same elixir, the total cost would not exceed 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It was a world of difference. That was why alchemists refining elixirs was a profiteering industry. I'm afraid it's because there are no more spiritual stones. Mo Xiaoyu said disdainfully. Many people still believed his words. After all, Ling Xiao had bought the ghost devil swords and the shadow sword, spending a total of nearly 80 million low-grade spirit stones. It was reasonable to say that unless Ling Xiao was a powerful alchemist, it was impossible for him to have extra spiritual stones. Ling Xiao didn't explain. He just smiled faintly and waited for the next auction item. The 19th auction item is a precious seal from the ancient times. It's made of bronze and can be used as a magic weapon. Unfortunately, it's a bit worn out, causing its effectiveness to decrease. Now, it's only equivalent to an immortal artifact. However, according to the appraisal and inference of our experts, this item was probably a divine artifact in the past. Its power is heaven-defying. A divine-grade spirit artifact was several levels stronger than a divine-grade artifact. Although it wasn't the Imperial Jade Seal, it still attracted Ling Xiao's attention. While Yunya was speaking, someone had already brought the seal up. The seal wasn't too big. It was square and had a dragon button on it. It looked very powerful. Yunya meant that some of the inscriptions on the seal were damaged. These were the key inscriptions that formed a powerful array. Once damaged, its power would naturally be greatly reduced. At that moment, Ling Xiao's mountain river martial soul actually produced some kind of throbbing. He was puzzled and opened his Tai Chi eye to observe. He didn't know if he didn't observe. Once he did, he was overjoyed. Chapter 1192. It turned out that the bronze seal was just an outer layer. The real thing inside the seal was the famous Imperial Jade Seal. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye had the powerful analytical ability of the mountain and river martial soul. Naturally, he could see through all of this. However, others could not. He forcibly suppressed his excitement, and his expression remained indifferent. Only the Moon Maiden, who was sitting beside him, noticed his body trembling slightly. She was a little confused, but she did not ask. There were not many people who were interested in this seal. After all, it was only an immortal grade treasure. Other than some warriors who liked to collect antiques, there were very few experts who would be willing to buy an immortal grade treasure. No one in the Sky Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent could restore the primordial inscription. Not even the Five Immortals Island could do it. It was said that there were people on the continents near the Heaven's Chosen Gate who could do it, but no one could prove it. Therefore, this thing was of little value. Yunya was forced to be the host here, so she did not show her ability to attract people. She only commented a few words and then announced the starting price. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. This price was lower than the previous few items by 9 million low-grade spirit stones. It was obvious that even the Ravenwind sect did not care about this kind of thing. Not many people bid, but it was not that no one bid. After a while, an old voice sounded from the crowd. I like this kind of antique. I'll pay 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The older a warrior was, the clearer they were about the history of the primordial era. The person who bought this seal was most likely hoping to get some benefits from it. Anyway, it was only 1 million low-grade spirit stones. It was not too expensive. Mang Xiao, you haven't won anything yet. Aren't you going to bid? Mo Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Why aren't you bidding? Mang Xiao asked, Ha! Since Senior Whitebeard has already bid, why should I compete with him? Mo Xiaoyu laughed. Everyone despised him. This guy obviously looked down on the seal, but he insisted that he was doing the old man a favor. How shameless! Ling Xiao, aren't you very capable? Why aren't you bidding? Mo Xiaoyu looked at Ling Xiao and asked, It's none of your business whether I bid or not. Ling Xiao shot a disdainful glance at Mo Xiaoyu. He stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2 million low-grade spirit stones. I also like to collect these strange things. When everyone heard his words, they all thought that he was purposely bidding because he was angry with Mo Xiaoyu. In fact, he didn't know that he was extremely nervous in his heart. She was afraid that her performance would be seen through by someone. If people were to find out that this was the Imperial Jade Seal, then the price of this item would probably reach hundreds of millions. At that time, he would really have to bleed a lot. After all, the Imperial Jade Seal was the Imperial Jade Seal of the sacred dynasty that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was made from divine jade from the primordial era. Not only did it have the effect of stabilizing the fate of a nation, but it was also said to be a very powerful magic treasure. It was just that there was no way to use it. Although he didn't know which amazing craftsman had wrapped the Imperial Jade Seal with the mysterious bronze seal, this was a great opportunity for him to pick up a bargain. The old man glanced at Ling Xiao and sighed in his heart. Young people were indeed impulsive. He was just provoked a little and bid. It was not worth spending 2 million low-grade spirit stones on this item. Hee, young hero Ling is indeed a rich man. In that case, I won't compete with you. The item is yours. Originally, the old man only wanted to buy it back for fun. 1 million low-grade spirit stones was still acceptable. If the price was higher, he wouldn't be too happy. He was the only bidder. After he gave up, no one else was willing to continue bidding. What a stupid guy. He has too much money and nowhere to spend it. Mang Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at an idiot. They found it funny. Ling Xiao completely ignored them. He only spent 2 million low-grade spirit stones to buy the Imperial Jade Seal. Even if they pointed at his nose and called him an idiot, it wouldn't matter, let alone calling him stupid. In the end, who was the idiot? He was very clear in his heart. Deal. Yunyan knocked the gavel and awarded the seal to Ling Xiao. Although she didn't quite understand why Ling Xiao was willing to spend 2 million low-grade spirit stones to buy such an ordinary-looking seal, she believed that Ling Xiao was definitely not the kind of person who would shoot without thinking. Since he was willing to bid, it was definitely because the seal was valuable. Next up is the last item of the auction. It is also the finale item of today's auction. I believe that everyone present will be very interested. Yunya revealed a mysterious smile and then ordered someone to bring the item up. I believe that everyone should recognize it. This is a martial soul. What kind of martial soul is it? Yun, you purposely kept everyone in suspense. After attracting everyone's attention, she said, It is the martial soul of the immemorial heaven-devouring titanic beast. Tao Tai. Legend has it that Tao Tai once crossed the mystic world and gave birth to a child. After the immemorial war, it became a martial soul and has been preserved until now. I don't think I need to say more about the value of this immemorial martial soul. I hope that the bidders can prepare their bids. It's actually the martial soul of Tao Tai. Ling Zhao's eyes shone with excitement. He had comprehended a powerful move at the 3rd step of the light and shadow ultimacy, doomsday of Tao Tai. However, that was only the power of the ultimacy. It was not perfect yet. If he integrated the martial soul of Tao Tai, The power of this move would obviously increase by a level. He had even thought of combining each profound skill with a special martial soul. In this way, the power of each of his moves would be enhanced to a whole new level. However, at that time, it was just a hazy idea. However, seeing the appearance of the martial soul of Tao Tai today, this idea might become a reality. If he integrated the martial soul of Tao Tai into his moves, he could use the light and shadow ultimacy derived from the mountain and river martial soul to unleash the greatest power. This should be the direction that he should work towards in the future. His cultivation had to increase, but the power of his moves should also continue to increase. However, the benefits of the martial soul of Tao Tai were too great. Not only was it useful for Ling Xiao, it was useful for almost every martial artist present. The legendary immemorial Tao Tai was extremely powerful. Although this was only the martial soul of the Tao Tai's son, it was at least 1% as powerful as the Tao Tai. This kind of martial soul was something that many martial artists yearned for. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Yunya smiled and said, "The starting price of the martial soul of Tao Tai is 30 million low-grade spirit stones. Everyone can start bidding." As the finale item, its starting price was obviously higher than any of the previous items. This included the Demon's Pawn swords and the Underworld Shadow Sword. Chapter 1193. It should be said that 30 million lower spiritual stones was a very high price. Most of the people present could not afford it. However, there were still martial artists who were rich. 31 million lower spiritual stones. The first to bid was the white-bearded elder. When he saw the martial soul of Tao Tai, his eyes widened. 32 million. However, no one gave him face this time. Those who had enough spiritual stones to buy the martial soul of Tao Tai all started to bid. 33 million. After a while, the price of the martial soul of Tao Tai had risen to 80 million lower spiritual stones. There were very few people who could afford it at this price. There were only 4 or 5 people who were still eager to bid. However, it was clear from their eyes that they would not give up so easily. "I want the martial soul of Tao Tai, 100 million lower spiritual stones." Finally, the price rose to 100 million. The crowd looked in the direction of the bid in surprise. It was Mang Xiao. The Black Python clan was indeed rich. They had taken out 100 million lower spiritual stones to bid for the martial soul of Tao Tai. When Mang Xiao made the bid, the crowd quieted down. The remaining few people looked at each other. In the end, only the white-bearded elder persisted. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Mang Xiao, I'm sorry. I must get the martial soul of Tao Tai. 100 million lower spiritual stones, and 1 million more. Whitebeard, do me a favor. You will benefit from it in the future. 100 million lower spiritual stones, and 2 million more." Mang Xiao looked at the white-bearded elder with a sinister expression. Although the white-bearded elder's cultivation was much higher than his, they were in Sin City. Even the white-bearded elder did not dare to offend him. Sigh. The white-bearded old man sighed, helplessly. His entire net worth was only a little more than 100 million low-grade spirit stones. It was not that he was afraid of Mang Xiao, but it was because he could not continue to compete. He could not afford it. Forget it. Since young Master Mang Xiao has spoken, I will let you have the martial soul of Tao Tai. Thank you. Mang Xiao cupped his fists and smiled. At this moment, victory was in sight. 100 million lower spiritual stones, and 3 million more. Suddenly, Mo Xiaoyu spoke. The Black Python clan was rich. Emerald Ripple Island was even richer. Mo Xiaoyu believed that although Emerald Ripple Island would not give him such great support for the Shadow Sword, It would be different for the martial soul of Tao Tai. He hadn't bid before, because he was using a special magic treasure to discuss with his father. Now that he had made a bid, it was clear that he had obtained permission. Mo Xiaoyu, you gave the shadow sword to Ling Xiao, and now you want to compete with me for the Tao Tai martial spirit? What happened to our alliance? Mang Xiao was very angry, and his face was gloomy. He did not expect Mo Xiaoyu to appear out of nowhere. Mang Xiao, are you really dumb, or are you just pretending? How could the Nether Shadow Sword compare to the Tao Tai martial spirit? I won't let anyone have it. Mo Xiaoyu snorted coldly. They had been allies for a short period of time, but because of one thing, they had become like fire and water, and neither of them was willing to back down. All right, I'd like to see how high your price is. Mang Xiao sneered. This Black Wind Pavilion belonged to his family, so he wasn't afraid of a high price. After all, he could get a 20% commission, which was equivalent to a 20% discount. However, Mo Xiaoyu had to get the full price. No matter how high the price was, he would accompany him to the end. 100 million and another 5 million. 100 million and another 6 million. Another 7 million. Another 8 million. Mang Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu were at each other's throats, and neither of them was willing to back down. The audience below the stage was very satisfied. This was simply a showdown between two tycoons. You two keep increasing the bid by 1 million. Isn't that too insincere? I'll bid 150 million. The Tao Tai martial spirit is mine. Suddenly, a mocking voice broke the seemingly urgent battle. Ling Xiao, Mo Xiaoyu, and Mang Xiao looked at Ling Xiao, and their eyes were almost spitting fire. Ling Xiao, you've already spent 80 million low-grade spiritual stones. I don't believe that you still have 150 million low-grade spiritual stones left. If you can't pay in the end, you'll suffer. Mang Xiao glared at Ling Xiao and said, Do you really think that everyone is as poor as your Black Python clan? You can't afford this price, but I can. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't want to bid, then sit there quietly. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Who says I can't afford it? I'll bid 200 million low-grade spiritual stones. Do you dare to bid? When Mang Xiao said this, he instantly regretted it. Even the Tao Tai martial spirit was not worth 200 million. However, it was impossible to take back what he had said. He could only hope that Ling Xiao would continue to bid. However, Ling Xiao's face showed a victorious smile. He said with a smile, TSK Tisk, 200 million low-grade spiritual stones for the Tao Tai martial spirit. I really don't dare to bid. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The Black Python clan is indeed rich and overbearing. He. Hearing this, Mang Xiao realized that he had been tricked. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was simply deliberately driving up the prices to make him suffer a loss. Even if the Raven Wind Pavilion belonged to his clan, this item belonged to someone else. He had to give most of the money he spent to someone else. Hateful. I don't want it either. Mo Xiaoyu also chose to give up. He could not afford 200 million low-grade spiritual stones. Ling Xiao, just you wait. Mang Xiao really wanted to kill Ling Xiao. At this time, his anger toward Ling Xiao had surpassed his fear toward Ling Xiao. He could not tolerate it. He could not tolerate it any longer. Ling Xiao was simply toying with him, like an idiot. This was simply intolerable. After the auction, it would be Ling Xiao's doomsday. Mang Xiao took a deep breath and waited quietly. He believed that the moment would come soon. Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction has officially come to an end. If you did not get what you want, you can come again tomorrow. Perhaps there will be better things waiting for you. Yunya smiled and made a very charming gesture to the crowd. She announced the end of the auction and then walked down the auction stage. The warriors who had obtained the items in this auction went backstage. When the time came for the exchange of money and goods, the transaction would be considered complete. Ling Xiao also stood up and prepared to collect the 3 items he had obtained. Suddenly, a ferocious aura rushed toward him. Ling Xiao did not move. He just looked at the faintly discernible black python. Mang Xiao did not make a move. He just wanted to vent his anger. It would not be too late to settle the score with Ling Xiao after he obtained the martial soul of Tao Tai. As a warrior of the Black Python clan, he could not awaken a martial soul like a human. Therefore, he could only use a special method to implant it. The martial soul of Tao Tai was the item he had chosen. Although he had been cheated by Ling Xiao and had spent 200 million low-grade spiritual stones to obtain this item, he still had to complete the transaction. After all, the martial soul of Tao Tai was very important to him. With the martial soul of Tao Tai, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Even if his cultivation did not break through, his strength would still increase. This was the magical effect of a martial soul. Chapter 1194. For Mang Xiao, he was now a half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. It was the best time to condense a Grotto Heaven domain. The martial soul of Tao Tai could help him condense a stronger Grotto Heaven. This way, after advancing to the Grotto Heaven realm, his cultivation would become even more terrifying. Therefore, even if he was a fool, he would accept it. Mang Xiao and Ling Xiao brushed past each other. Mo Xiaoyu's reaction was almost the same, but it was more direct. The cold sword essence pierced toward Ling Xiao without any concealment, piercing the ground in front of Ling Xiao again. I already warned you at the Black Street. Now, you still have a chance to save your life. That is, to give up the Devil Dual Swords and the Shadow Sword. Mo Xiaoyu looked at Ling Xiao indifferently as he spoke. Then he strode away. The disciples of Emerald Ripple Island looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a dead man. You offended our senior brother, Mo, and provoked young Master Mang Xiao. You really don't know what's good for you. A few of them looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and then turned to leave. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the Ravenwind Tower. Listen up, guard the Ravenwind Tower. We can't let that Ling Xiao go no matter what. He dared to hurt my brother. I'll kill him. This voice was undoubtedly the Ravenwind Tower's master, a 3rd Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. He was the elder brother of Mang Yuan, whose tongue had been cut off by Ling Xiao. With such strength, he was willing to be a dog of the Black Python clan. There was no doubt that the first master of the Black Python clan was even stronger. What's going on? How did Ling Xiao provoke the Ravenwind Tower's master? This guy really doesn't care about the consequences. I'm afraid he won't be able to leave here alive today. Everyone was in a heated discussion. They were not in a hurry to leave because they wanted to see how capable Ling Xiao was. He actually dared to provoke Mang Xiao, Mo Xiaoyu, and Mang Yuan in public. He even provoked the Ravenwind Tower's master, Mang Tian. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He had already kept a low profile this time. He didn't want to provoke any of these people. They were the ones who wanted to bully him, and he retaliated. Of course, he could choose to be a coward and not retaliate. But that was not his style. The reason Ling Xiao was able to reach where he was today was because of his fearless courage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had so many fortuitous encounters. After all, every fortuitous encounter was fraught with danger. If it was someone who sought stability, they would never take the risk. But he will. He, Ling Xiao, had no one to rely on. He could only rely on himself. Therefore, he often had to do unexpected things. For example, today, no one dared to offend Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao, and no one dared to bid for the Devil Fiend Swords and Shadow Sword. But he dared. Therefore, the one who obtained these 2 sets of divine artifacts was him. Of course, his biggest gain today was still the imperial jade seal. Others thought he was a sucker, but they didn't know that he was actually the biggest winner of today's auction. 2 million low-grade spirit stones allowed him to bid for the imperial jade seal, the imperial jade seal. Even he had never done such a good deal before. The owners of the 20 items received their items one after another. Ling Xiao also received the Devil Fiend swords, Shadow Sword, and Imperial Jade Seal. Even though Mo Xiaoyu was desperately glaring at him, warning him not to court death, he didn't care. But he didn't care. He didn't even look at Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He swore that once he walked out of this auction house, it would be the time of Ling Xiao's death. Ling Xiao paid enough spirit stones and received his items. Then he put them into his storage ring in front of Mo Xiaoyu. Princess Yunya, you seem to know Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao took the item, but was blocked by the Black Wind Tower's guards, and was unable to leave, a mischievous young girl appeared beside Yunya and asked with a smile, "I was wondering who it was." "So it's the famous beauty, the pirate Hua Ying." Yunya glanced at the newcomer and said with a smile, Hua Ying was one of the beautiful captains of the famous Twin Flowers pirates. Together with her sister, Hua Floating Light, they were the absolute overlords of the waters around the city of Sin. Even the Emerald Wave Island, the Black Crow Empire, and the Divine Phoenix Empire had a headache because of them. Hua Ying's cultivation was slightly inferior, but she didn't lose to Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao. Her sister, Hua Floating Light, was the scary one. Even the head of the Black Python clan had to give her some face. The Twin Flowers pirates had business dealings with many companies. They promised not to rob these companies, but they had to pay them protection fees. So, their income was still very generous. Coincidentally, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had some business dealings with the Twin Flowers pirates. Because of this, Princess Yun knew Hua Ying and Hua Floating Light. "Tell me about it. You know that pirates like us drift on the sea all year round, so we don't know much about the matters on land." Hua Ying asked excitedly. "Haven't you heard of it? He was resourceful and destroyed the 2 million troops of the Black Crow Empire in one battle. He also killed Timur Mutu and captured Tomohiko Kuma alive. He even subdued the rebellious Scorpion tribe in the Black Desert. He broke into the Divine Phoenix capital, destroyed the Lightning Demon King, rescued the Northern Region King Jining, and was conferred the title of king. What was even more terrifying was that he went to the East County and quietly joined forces with Jining. He worked with Beihan and Tianli to destroy the powerful True Demon Empire, and called himself the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. With such a reputation, how could you not know Hua Ying? Speaking of Ling Xiao's great achievements, Yunya couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in her heart. The world only knew about the things Ling Xiao had done, but she knew even more. As the Chosen One, he saved the sacred dynasty of the human race that was almost destroyed. He was also a mysterious super alchemist. TSK. No wonder he was so domineering and didn't even give face to Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao. I thought he was just a newcomer who didn't know much about the world. Hua Ying's eyes flashed with a beautiful light. "By the way, Princess Yunya, is he married? Why are you asking this? Is it because you have feelings for him?" Princess Yun felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. "That's right. Hua Ying, need a strong and promising man to marry. If this Ling Xiao is qualified, I will marry him. Why not?" Hua Ying didn't deny it. He is not married, but he has never been short of women around him. You saw the 2 women just now. Both of them are more beautiful than you. You don't deny it, right? Princess Yunya said. "They are more beautiful than me, but they are not as powerful as me." Hua Ying smiled and said, "Thank you, Princess Yunya. If I succeed with him in the future, I will definitely invite you to my wedding." After speaking, she disappeared into the crowd. This woman's disguise technique was too powerful. In the blink of an eye, she became ordinary. No one could tell that she was the famous Hua Ying. "You are Ling Xiao." Mang Tian looked at the 16 or 17-year-old young man in front of him, full of a strong aura of brutality. Chapter 1195. Behind Mang Tian was Mang Yuan, whose tongue had stopped bleeding. However, Mang Yuan's tongue had been cut off, so he could no longer speak. He could only communicate with Mang Tian through his soul power or use hand gestures to express his thoughts. Ling Xiao glanced at Mang Yuan. Naturally, he knew what had happened. He smiled and said, "So, you're the guard captain of the Ravenwind Tower. I spared your life previously, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. How dare you? This is the Ravenwind Tower, not a place for you to behave atrociously." Mang Tian rebuked angrily. "Who is this idiot baring his fangs and brandishing his claws like a wild beast?" Ling Xiao looked at Mang Yuan and asked. Mang Yuan was naturally speechless. At this moment, Mang Xiao walked over and said, "Ling Xiao, you're in big trouble today. Mang Tian is one of my father's most capable subordinates. He's much stronger than me. Even I can't save you now that you've provoked him." "Save me? You can't wait for me to die, right? After all, you've been taken advantage of." Ling Xiao glanced at Mang Xiao and mocked him. "You really can't differentiate between good and bad. I'm here to help you." Mang Xiao said, "Hee, I'm not blind. I won't mistake a wolf for a Qilin." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Mang Xiao, why waste your breath on this kid? He's offended all of us today. We have to get an explanation from him. I only want the Shadow Sword and the Ghost Fiend Mother-Child swords. The rest of his belongings are yours." At this moment, Mo Xiaoyu also came over. He was determined to get Ling Xiao. He didn't care about Ling Xiao at all. The battle hadn't even started, but they were already thinking about splitting the fruits of victory. Clearly, with so many people around, both Mang Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu were emboldened. Brother Mo is right. Although Mang Xiao also wanted the Ghost Fiend Mother-Child swords and the Shadow Sword, he was more interested in the Moon Lady and Cold Plum. Seeing this, Mang Tian fell silent. Regardless of whether it was Mang Xiao or Mo Xiaoyu, he couldn't afford to offend either of them. Since these two young masters wanted each other's lives, wouldn't it be better for him to fulfill their wish? His goal was very simple. As long as Ling Xiao died, it would be enough. Whether or not he was the one who did it was not a problem. "Brother Mo, Python Heaven, after this matter is settled, those two women will be mine. The Shadow Sword and the Demoness swords will be Brother Mo's, and the Spirit Stones on that brat will belong to you. Is that all right?" Mang Xiao added. "No problem." Mo Xiaoyu nodded. "I'll listen to young master's instructions." Python Sky nodded. "But Mang Xiao, which one of us will deal with that Ling Xiao?" Mo Xiaoyu asked. He was somewhat wary of Cold Plum. "I'll leave Ling Xiao to you. I'll deal with those two women." Mang Xiao chuckled. "All right, it's a deal." Mo Xiaoyu sneered in his heart. He believed that Mang Xiao didn't know how powerful Cold Plum was, which was why he said such a thing. Little did he know that Mang Xiao was also mocking him for not knowing how powerful Ling Xiao was. The two of them were clearly working together, but in reality, one of them was plotting against the other. It was disgusting. This scene made many people in the crowd secretly shake their heads. This was great. Of all the people Ling Xiao could have provoked, he had to provoke Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao. He even cut off the tongue of the Black Wind Tower's guard captain, Mang Yuan. They had seen lunatics before, but they had never seen such a lunatic. Now, he was being treated as prey by others. There were many people in the world who were courting death, but this was the first time they had seen someone courting death in such a way. However, these people didn't know that when Mang Xiao set his sights on Cold Plum and the Moon Lady, he was doomed to a tragedy. In this world, there were some jokes that couldn't be made. There were some reverse scales that couldn't be touched. To Ling Xiao, family and friends were his reverse scales. At this moment, the Moon Lady and Cold Plum were his reverse scales. Since Mang Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu had touched his reverse scale, he had no intention of showing mercy. A cold, murderous aura was suddenly released, instantly enveloping Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao. Some of the spectators who were competing with each other were also affected. At that moment, they felt as if their blood vessels were about to freeze. In the face of Ling Xiao's murderous aura, Mo Xiaoyu and Mang Xiao naturally wouldn't retreat. The two of them weren't ordinary people. It was impossible for them to be intimidated by Ling Xiao's murderous aura. A sinister smile flashed across Mang Xiao's eyes. He sized up Cold Plum and the Moon Lady with a blasphemous gaze. However, Mang Xiao wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Mo Xiaoyu knew that Mang Xiao was waiting for him. Then, he drew the cold black sword from his back. A black light flickered, exuding a powerful and cold aura. Let's do it together. Let's see if you capture those two women alive first, or if I kill Ling Xiao first. After saying that, Mo Xiaoyu moved. With a slight step, the black sword in his hand trembled, and his entire body rushed out. Like a cheetah, he was filled with power and speed, turning into a gust of wind. The gust of wind wreaked havoc, and the surrounding buildings creaked. The friction between the black sword and the air caused explosions, creating loud noises. Just as Mo Xiaoyu made his move, Mang Xiao made his move as well. His entire body turned into a giant black python. He coiled and hissed as he soared into the air. The air was filled with an unpleasant stench. This stench contained a powerful poison. When it dripped onto the ground, it actually corroded the limestone floor. Almost all of the spectators retreated. The terrifying poison made them tremble, and they didn't dare to get close. They are indeed two geniuses. No wonder people call them the City of Sin's twin geniuses. It's because they love to appear in the City of Sin. They are also the most eye-catching. At the same time, their abilities are also the most outstanding among the younger generation. Yes, they are too powerful. Although they felt fear in their hearts, it didn't stop the crowd from admiring Mang Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu's sword was sharp and cold. The ear-piercing, whistling sound was like a death sentence. Mang Xiao's poison was eerie and terrifying. He, who had transformed into a black python, had become a truly ferocious monster. One was the young master of Emerald Ripple Island. The other was the young master of the Black Python clan. The two of them were not only well-known figures among the younger generation, but they also had powerful backgrounds. To provoke these two people at the same time, even if he died, it would be hard to sympathize with him. After this sword, Ling Xiao will definitely die. When the life-reaping sword is unsheathed, it must see blood. This is Senior Brother Mo's style. The disciples of Emerald Ripple Island watched this scene excitedly. That arrogant and proud Ling Xiao was finally going to die under Mo Xiaoyu's sword. Among his peers, almost no one could survive under Mo Xiaoyu's sword. Ling Xiao was no exception. No, why is Ling Xiao facing Mang Xiao's young master? The crowd was shocked to find that Ling Xiao didn't care about Mo Xiaoyu's sword at all. Instead, he blocked Mang Xiao's path to attack the Moon Lady. To deal with these two pieces of trash, the Moon Lady and Cold Plum didn't need to make a move. He alone was enough. Chapter 1196. You're courting death. He'll definitely be poisoned to death, by young Master Meng Zhao's poison. This bastard actually dares to face two powerhouses at the same time. The Black Python clan's ancient martial art practitioner was furious. This Ling Xiao actually wanted to fight two people at the same time. What a pity! He's going to die like this at such a young age. I can't bear to see it. In the crowd, while Lu Ying shook her head, helplessly, she originally thought that Ling Xiao would be a smart person, but now it seemed that Ling Xiao's brain wasn't as smart as she had imagined. Instead, he seemed like an extremely stupid fellow. If it were her, she wouldn't dare to face Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao at the same time. It was possible to defeat them one by one, and it was the smartest method. Actually, there were many people who had the same idea as Hua Luiying. Most of the people in the crowd had the same idea. Precisely because of this, Meng Tian had no intention of attacking. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, waiting to reap the fruits of his victory. That's right. Logically speaking, how could an unknown young martial art practitioner in the City of Sin completely retreat from the joint attack of Life-Taking Sword and the young master of the Black Python clan? The only question now was who would kill Ling Xiao. No matter what the surrounding people said, Ling Xiao's expression remained calm. It was only when the two of them approached that the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. It was the smile before killing. It was the smile of death. Go to hell. I hate your smile. Mo Xiaoyu's voice was filled with anger and coldness. Rolling sword essence continuously attacked Ling Xiao. At that moment, he almost exploded with his strongest sword essence. In the air, a slender black sword pierced through layers of obstacles and finally arrived in front of Ling Xiao, stabbing towards Ling Xiao's throat. To be honest, I really don't like your smile either. Go down and accompany my subordinates. Almost at the same time, Meng Xiao also attacked. The giant python opened its bloody mouth, and the poison of death completely enveloped Ling Xiao's body. For a moment, the crowd couldn't see Ling Xiao's figure clearly. Only the giant black python's shadow deeply shook everyone's hearts. Die! Ling Xiao's voice was clear and indifferent, as if he was doing something ordinary. In that instant, his killing intent completely disappeared. Those with good eyesight would notice that the killing intent had completely merged with the shadow sword in his hand. This was the first time he had used the shadow sword. However, he was completely familiar with it. It looked like an ordinary move, but it carried the terrifying power of annihilation. At that moment, Meng Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu, who were already very close to him, revealed a trembling expression. They were scared. He was terrified the moment he touched her. Ling Xiao's body didn't move, but the shadow sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. For a moment, it was almost impossible to see how he drew his sword. At the same time, Meng Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu's attacks also landed. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere as his internal organs shattered. Mo Xiaoyu, who bore the brunt of the attack, was actually pierced by his own black sword. On his chest, there was a ghastly wound the size of an adult's head. Boom! Meng Xiao didn't fare much better than Mo Xiaoyu. He was also sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. However, he was relatively lucky. He was actually wearing a powerful defensive magic treasure, which prevented him from being killed by the sword like Mo Xiaoyu. For a long time, the air was deathly still. Dead. Mo Xiaoyu is dead. Finally, a mournful ghost cry broke the silence in the air. This voice was filled with horror and disbelief. So it wasn't an illusion. Mo Xiaoyu is really dead. He was killed by his own sword. They couldn't be blamed for being so surprised, nor could they be blamed for thinking that this was an illusion. The dignified, deadly sword of Emerald Wave Island, Mo Xiaoyu, who was ranked third among the young experts, had actually died, so carelessly. The life-reaping sword, which had been awe-inspiring and domineering just a moment ago, had now become a dead sword. However, Ling Xiao was unscathed. You actually killed senior brother, Mo. You're crazy. You'll definitely die. You'll be put to death by 1,000 cuts by our island master. The young girl of Emerald Wave Island shrieked. She pointed a trembling finger at Ling Xiao as if she had gone mad. Back in the Black Street, she had constantly provoked and ridiculed Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao didn't care. After all, he had seen many women with such poor eyesight, so he didn't feel angry. But now, he wouldn't allow this woman to wantonly humiliate him anymore. You should have died when you were in the Black Street. I'm merciful. I'll give you a chance to start over. Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward. The sublime shadow sword in his hand gently shook, and the golden crow flew out. The power was just right. It wouldn't hurt the people around, but it could cripple all the people of Emerald Wave Island. He didn't kill these people because they didn't attack him. Although Ling Xiao was ruthless, he was still a man of principle. The golden crow rising sun, displayed by the sublime shadow sword, was completely different from the golden crow sword. The sublime shadow sword was a flexible sword. The golden crow released was faintly discernible, like a ghost. It was mysterious and unpredictable, and even harder to guard against. In terms of power, it was also superior. This was probably why the flexible sword was higher than the sharp sword. No, the disciples of Emerald Wave Island desperately tried to escape. Unfortunately, the golden crow spirit was faster than them. In an instant, their bodies were enveloped. Then they saw those people lying limply on the ground. Although they didn't die, their heavenly veins were all destroyed. At this time, they were exactly the same as ordinary people. If they wanted to reach today's realm, they could only cultivate again. That would be another painful experience. So powerful. What sword technique is that? Could it be that he has also reached the realm of flexible sword? In the crowd, countless people were amazed. In just a moment, Mo Xiaoyu was dead, and all the disciples of Emerald Wave Island were crippled. All of this happened in front of their eyes. It was so clear and so real. It was impossible for them not to believe it. Now that they thought about it, their previous thoughts were really laughable. Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao actually wanted to join forces to kill Ling Xiao. They thought that the two of them would definitely win. However, the bloody reality told them that their eyes grew out to vent their anger. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaoyu was tragically killed, and Meng Xiao seemed to be injured. Ling Xiao was still standing there unscathed. The sublime shadow sword in his hand was emitting a terrifying, murderous aura. At this moment, they finally realized that Ling Xiao was not a lunatic. He was also not a fool. He dared to not give face to Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao because he had more terrifying strength than the two of them combined. This guy was simply too terrifying. He was not a newborn calf at all. He was a ferocious monster. Terrifying. This is a true genius. When did such a terrifying genius appear in the heavenly dragon continent? His strength actually surpassed Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao. Could he be a phoenix from the divine Phoenix Empire, or a fiend from the Black Crow Empire? Chapter 1197. Young Master, are you okay? Meng Tian finally reacted and rushed over to support Meng Xiao. Fortunately, Mo Xiaoyu was the one who died, and not Meng Xiao. Otherwise, he would have a hard time absolving himself from the blame. After all, this was the Raven Wind Tower. If Meng Xiao died here, he would definitely be the first person to be held accountable. I'm fine. Meng Xiao spat and touched the armor on his body that was flashing with purple light. He chuckled. Thanks to this treasure, That kid's attack only hurt me slightly. He looked at Ling Xiao, but his eyes were no longer aggressive and evil. Instead, they were filled with caution and disbelief. Just now, he teamed up with Mo Xiaoyu to fight against Ling Xiao. Although the two of them had no intention of working together, their powers were still combined. At that moment, Ling Xiao dodged both of their attacks and attacked them at the same time. Mo Xiaoyu died, and he was lucky to survive. Now that he thought about it, he was still scared. Two flowers that bloomed in a greenhouse. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How shameless. You don't know how big the world is. If I drag you out, you're just two pieces of sh*t. Useless trash. Ling Xiao looked at Mang Xiao emotionlessly and sneered. He said with disdain, "Now, I understand why you, Mang Xiao, don't dare to leave the city of Sin even though you're already half a step away from the Grotto Heaven realm. It's because you're a coward. You don't dare to go out. If you go out, you won't even know how you died." Mang Xiao's expression was very ugly, but he didn't know what to say to refute Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond his expectations. He had never left the city of Sin. He only heard of Ling Xiao's name from his father. After seeing Ling Xiao's strength today, he suddenly understood how important the experience of the Jianghu was to a warrior's growth. Is the Black Python clan that powerful? The only reason you haven't been destroyed is because of the compromise between the various forces. Do you really think you're that powerful? With every sentence Ling Xiao spoke, he took a step forward. Although he had already put away the shadow sword, he didn't hesitate to release his overwhelming sword intent. Within the sword intent, the will of slaughter and destruction was condensed, becoming incomparably terrifying. At that moment, in Mang Xiao's eyes, Ling Xiao was not a person, but the embodiment of slaughter and destruction. He was a demon god. Such a sharp sword intent was capable of killing and destroying everything. In the profound world, there were many people who used the sword, so there were many outstanding people among them. However, those who could truly control their own sword intent, like Ling Xiao, were few and far between. At the very least, Mo Xiaoyu couldn't do that. This is his true strength. Mo Xiaoyu can only lower his head in front of him, while Lu Ying's eyes were glowing. This was the man in her heart, the kind of powerful man with potential that she pursued. Facing Ling Xiao, the rest of the Black Python clan's martial artists retreated with fear and trepidation. Previously, at the stall, those people had hoped that Mang Xiao would kill Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, their teeth were chattering nonstop, and they couldn't even speak a complete sentence. So clearly, Mang Yuan hid behind a group of guards. He finally understood that Ling Xiao wasn't lying. Ling Xiao had indeed been merciful when he cut off his tongue. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's powerful strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill him. Mang Xiao's heart was trembling. Even Mo Xiaoyu wasn't a match for Ling Xiao. He didn't think that he could be a match for Ling Xiao either. At this moment, Ling Xiao's sharpness was even stronger than Mo Xiaoyu's. "Young master, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you." Mang Tian stood in front of Mang Xiao, looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and said, "You cut off my brother's tongue, and now you've injured the young master. I can't let you off. Do it, if you're still alive when you get close to me," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Ha ha ha, you don't have to play tricks in front of me. You're indeed powerful, and I'm afraid that few below the Grotto Heaven realm are your match. However, I'm a martial artist at the third Grotto Heaven realm. Do you think you have a chance of winning?" Mang Tian laughed loudly. "You can try." Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent, and he didn't show any signs of fear. "Mang Tian, this kid is strange. You should be careful." Mang Xiao didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was, but he had already suffered at the hands of Ling Xiao. He didn't want Mang Tian to be at a disadvantage again. If even Python Sky died, then no one would be able to protect him. He didn't want to die. Master Mang Tian, I advise you not to do it. This is for your own good. Suddenly, Hua Luiying walked out from the crowd and blocked Mang Tian's path with a smile. Hua Luiying? When did you hook up with this kid? Mang Tian frowned. If it was just Hua Luiying, he wouldn't be afraid. However, the problem was that Hua Luiying and Hua Fuguang were very close. If he killed or hurt Hua Luiying today, Hua Fuguang wouldn't let him go. Just now, I suddenly fell in love with him. Hua Luiying winked at Ling Xiao in front of everyone and said with a smile, Hua Luiying, this isn't the time to joke. If you dare to stop me, I'll have to kill you. After all, the life of our young master is the most important. Mang Tian said eerily, Miss, please move aside. I don't want to implicate the innocent. Ling Xiao also looked at Hua Luiying. Although he appreciated Hua Luiying's kindness, he really didn't need help from outsiders now. Hua Luiying wanted to say something more, but suddenly a figure appeared behind Ling Xiao. Fast, unbelievably fast. The air was filled with the fragrance of plum blossoms. In the next moment, Mang Tian was stomped to the ground, and a sharp broken sword was placed across his throat. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. It was Cold Plum who made the move. She knew that Ling Xiao didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Therefore, as Ling Xiao's bodyguard, she naturally had to make a move. It was just that the moment he made his move, it was simply shocking. That girl is so powerful. She's the real genius. She defeated Mang Tian, who's in the third Grotto Heaven realm, in one move. She's indeed a ruthless character. The crowd was discussing and all eyes were focused on Cold Plum. Even Mang Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't attacked Ling Xiao. But this girl. How about it, young Master Mang Xiao? I'll give you a chance. Let's fight one-on-one. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Ling Xiao looked at Mang Xiao with a smile and said, You can rest assured that Cold Plum won't interfere. Mang Xiao gradually calmed down. It seemed that today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. Chapter 1198. Mang Xiao believed that he was no match for Cold Plum. However, if he were to face Ling Xiao, he might have a chance of winning. This chance of winning came from the martial soul of Tao Tai that he had just obtained. The Black Python clan had a special trait. They could swallow martial souls directly and digest them, turning them into their own strength. Thinking of this, Mang Xiao made a decision. He took out the martial soul of Tao Tai and swallowed it in one gulp. His body began to release rays of black and white light. His mouth let out a shocking scream of agony. Even the shadows of the battle between the Black Python and the Tao Tai could be seen behind him. All of this lasted for a long time. Ling Xiao could have interrupted it, but he did not do so. It would be too boring to interrupt. If his opponent was too weak, he would not be able to enjoy himself. Martial soul of Tao Tai. Good fellow, that lad actually forced young Master Mang Xiao to take the risk of swallowing the martial soul of Tao Tai. Even if he loses this battle, he should be proud of it. Lose? I don't think so. He could have stopped it, but he did not. This lad is a real lunatic. He needs an opponent who is on par with him. If that's the case, it's too scary. The discussion rose and fell, but it did not affect the process of Mang Xiao swallowing the martial soul of Tao Tai. At this moment, he was completely focused on using the martial soul of Tao Tai. He wanted to use this new power to fight with Ling Xiao. He had no other choice. This was his last resort. After a long time, Mang Xiao opened his eyes. His body seemed to be a size bigger than before, and his aura had become more evil and powerful. A ferocious and disdainful smile appeared on his face. Do you know, Ling Xiao, you just made a big mistake. Oh, This mistake is that you shouldn't have let me swallow the martial soul of Tao Tai. You should have stopped me in advance. In that case, you should have been able to defeat me. But now you can't. You don't understand how powerful and terrifying this power is. It will make you despair, and it will make you despair completely. At this moment, Mang Xiao no longer had the fearful expression from before. His arrogance and overbearingness had returned. A powerful and domineering aura erupted from his body. Ling Xiao was nothing in front of him. Just based on the Tao Tai martial spirit you just obtained, Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You can still laugh now. You won't have the chance later. You don't know how important the Tao Tai martial soul is to our Black Python clan. According to rumor, the Black Python clan is a mixed blood descendant of the Tao Tai. After our Black Python clan obtained the Tao Tai martial soul, not only were we able to completely grasp the abilities of the martial soul, we were even able to rely on the bloodline of the Black Python clan and the Tao Tai martial soul to comprehend bloodline supreme skills. My next move is the ultimate bloodline skill. I just gave it a name, Heaven-Devouring Python. You don't have to feel that it's a pity for you to die under my bloodline technique. You can still be proud of it in the future. As Python Xiao spoke, the shadow of a strange animal appeared behind him. It looked like a black python. It also looked like a Tao Tai. The strange giant beast stared at Ling Xiao as if it wanted to announce the end of Ling Xiao's life. Hua Luiying couldn't help but complain, Look, 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 look. I just gave you a look to kill him. Look, it's too late now, isn't it? Many people had the same idea as Hua Luiying. After Mang Xiao swallowed the Tao Tai martial soul, that powerful aura was indeed much stronger than before. Perhaps even Ling Xiao couldn't be this guy's opponent. It was a bloodline supreme skill. Only warriors who had mastered the power of the bloodline and martial soul could use it. Ling Xiao was a human. He had a martial soul, but it was unlikely that he had a bloodline. Mang Xiao had already defeated him on this point. Bloodline supreme skill. I really want to see how powerful it is. There's no point in talking so much. Show it to me. Since I, Ling Xiao, dared to let you fuse with the Tao Tai martial soul, then I'm not afraid of your supreme skill. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You should recognize the reality. The person standing in front of you isn't a mediocre warrior, nor is he an ordinary little genius. He's a true monstrous genius. Monstrous genius? This guy actually called himself a monstrous genius. That's too immodest. Many people showed a disdainful expression. They thought that Ling Xiao was someone who would shine if given a little sunshine. He was really arrogant. What was a monstrous genius? Even the 7 demons of the Black Crow Empire and the 10 great Phoenix sons of the divine Phoenix Empire didn't dare to call themselves monstrous geniuses. This kid really knew how to brag. Monstrous genius? Hee hee, no matter what kind of genius you are, you'll die today. You asked for it. Don't blame me. Heaven-Devouring Python. As the power of the python roar finished accumulating, a terrifying power gushed out from his body and gathered in the huge shadow behind him. The phantom became more and more real and more terrifying. In the next moment, the monster roared. The entire city of Sin could hear this terrifying roar. Even the Black Wind House trembled from the roar. The heaven-devouring python's move was indeed powerful. The move wasn't strange, but it was filled with a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Once it set its sights on a target, there was no way to escape. The moment the move was executed, a powerful suction force came out from the heaven-devouring python's mouth and pulled the opponent into its mouth. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt this way. His body involuntarily moved closer to Python Xiao. His 2 horns left 2 deep grooves on the ground. Python Xiao had never used this move before, but He knew how terrifying it was. This was 10 times stronger than his strongest move. It's over, it's over. My man is gone. Huat Luiying anxiously jumped and shouted. In the crowd, other than a few people who knew Ling Xiao, well, the rest thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. The power of this move was too terrifying. This expert from the Black Python clan, who had devoured the martial soul of Tao Tai, was indeed different. Ling Xiao continued to move closer to Python Xiao, and the bloody mouth. He didn't seem to be able to resist at all. Python Xiao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly laughed. It seemed like he didn't have to do anything. Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. The crowd seemed to have seen the scene of Ling Xiao being swallowed by the heaven-devouring python. You disappoint me. However, standing in front of the heaven-devouring python's bloody mouth, Ling Xiao's body suddenly stopped moving. He let out a sigh. He raised his hand slightly, and the shadow of the shadow sword flashed past. The gigantic monster phantom collapsed amidst its miserable cries. How could this be? Everyone was dumbfounded. In the face of Python Zhao's so-called bloodline ultimate skill, Ling Xiao broke it effortlessly. The process was so simple and effortless. Just a casual swing of the sword. Was he still human? Chapter 1199. If it's not yours, it won't be yours. If it's mine, it'll still be mine. Do you know why I let you take the martial soul of Tao Tai? It's because I'll take it from you sooner or later. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. In the next moment, his left eye suddenly spun. Eye of the immortal pot. Absorb. The monster's roar rang out again. The martial soul of Tao Tai was actually extracted from Mang Xiao's body by Ling Xiao. Mang Xiao wanted to resist, but it was useless. Under Ling Xiao's terrifying tai chi, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He had no ability to resist at all. Bang! After extracting the martial soul of Tao Tai, Ling Xiao casually threw Mang Xiao away. Since you've given me such a generous gift, I'll spare your life for now. I've said it before, I'm actually a very kind person. Looking at Mang Xiao, who was lying on the ground with his body twitching non-stop, Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He really felt that killing such a good-for-nothing would dirty his hands. In fact, from the beginning, Ling Xiao had guessed that Mang Xiao would definitely not let him go. In that case, he could save a lot of spiritual stones and snatch the martial soul of Tao Tai from Mang Xiao's hands. That would be a good deal. Mang Xiao lay on the ground, trembling as he looked at Ling Xiao. Gap. He had never imagined that there would be such a huge gap between them. He thought that he was already very strong, but reality slapped him hard in the face. He had once said that Ling Xiao would definitely die, and that Ling Xiao would definitely regret it. But now, it seemed that everything he had done was so laughable. In front of Ling Xiao, he was like an immature clown. What am I? Could it be that he's really a complete piece of trash, like he said? Mang Xiao began to doubt himself and his future. He began to question himself. Today's setback was too serious. He had already lost the ability to adjust himself. I thought that with the martial soul of Tao Tai, I could dominate the world and become the #1 person among the younger generation. But before I even left Sin City, I've already lost, and I lost so miserably. Mang Xiao laughed bitterly. Perhaps Ling Xiao was right. He was really a flower in a greenhouse. He was just a good-for-nothing who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was even a little envious of Mo Xiaoyu. Once he died, he wouldn't have to feel sad. He didn't have to worry about being ridiculed by the people around him. Once he closed his eyes, everything was over. Ling Xiao did not look at this dispirited fellow anymore. Instead, he turned his gaze to Mang Yuan. I've said it before. If you find trouble with me again, I'll definitely kill you. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. You actually brought your brother to find trouble with me. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your eagerness to die." Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He flicked his right hand, and a shadow all shot out. It was aimed at Mang Zhao's vitals. How tyrannical! Killing as he pleases. Isn't this too tyrannical? Hua Fei Ying's eyes widened. As for the rest of the spectators, they felt a huge impact in their hearts. This Ling Xiao was indeed terrifying. How dare you? A big hole was created in the dark wind house. An old man fell from the sky and slammed his palm on Ling Xiao's shadow all. Boom! The shadow all exploded in the air and shattered into pieces. "Kid, haven't you heard of mercy? You cut off my son's tongue, and now you want to kill him. Do you really think he's a fatherless child?" The old man was Mang Tian and Mang Yuan's father. He was even stronger. At least he was born without a father. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become like this. Ling Xiao said calmly, "Little B****, I would have killed you if you weren't the divine Phoenix Empire's Dragon King Tian. I wouldn't have let you scream here." The old man was more powerful, so he was more domineering. He could kill Ling Xiao if he wanted to. With his strength, he could do it. You don't have to do that. Just like your precious son, try and see if you can kill me. Ling Xiao looked at the old man and had no intention of backing down. "Are you threatening me with Mang Tian?" The old man looked at Mang Tian, who was threatened by Cold Plum. He was afraid of hurting Mang Tian. Ling Xiao is smart. With a hostage, even if the Black Python clan comes, they won't dare to do anything. I don't think he'll let Mang Tian go. Someone said, "I think so too. Mang Tian will be dead if he lets him go." Someone at the side agreed. "Cold Plum, let Mang Tian go. I want to see how this old man is going to take my life." Ling Zhao's words made the jaws of the crowd drop to the ground. How could that be? He let go of a hostage just like that. Was he really not afraid of death? "All right, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The old man smiled maliciously. He wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces, but his son Mang Tian was being held hostage. He had no choice but to hold back. But now he had no more scruples and could make his move. The old man transformed into a black python and was much bigger than Mang Xiao. His ferocious aura was not something Ling Xiao could withstand. However, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly lost their luster, as if he had fainted. His arms drooped. In the next moment, his eyes shone brightly again, but with more maturity and experience. The old man sensed that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. Moreover, he was already at the point of no return. At that moment, he was already 3 to 5 meters away from Ling Xiao. He swung his right hand, which turned into a huge python tail, and swung it at Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao is really too careless. Isn't he just courting death? He deserves to die. He actually dared to let go of a hostage in the face of a Grotto Heaven realm warrior. I can't think of any other reason other than stupidity. The crowd once again broke out into discussions. Most people could not understand Ling Xiao's actions. Of course, there were also people who noticed the strange change in Ling Xiao. "Die!" the old man roared. Accompanied by the might of the black python, his right hand grabbed Ling Xiao's head. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao's face showed a smile that had never been seen before. It was a smile that looked down on him. It was a smile that only a person who had been at the top for a long time would have. A powerful aura instantly spread throughout the entire Ravenwind Tower. Everyone could see the life in the world withering rapidly. What's going on? My life force is slipping away. Me too. What's going on? Many people were shocked, including the fathers of Mang Tian and Mang Yuan. Slap. A crisp slap sounded in the Ravenwind Tower. The black python evil aura disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1200. This slap is to tell you that you shouldn't bully the weak just because you have some strength. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Ling Xiao had actually slapped the old man's face. Who was that person? That was the second head of the Black Python clan, Python Yintu. He was a dignified Fifth Paradise Realm powerhouse. At this moment, the Python Cloud Atlas was directly embedded into the wall with a single slap. How ironic was this scene? Was Ling Xiao someone he could kill just because he wanted to? Obviously not. How can Ling Xiao be so powerful? Could he be a Paradise Realm powerhouse? Is he even stronger than Python Yintu? Many people were confused. Even Yunya was confused. In her opinion, no matter how fast Ling Xiao's cultivation improved, it was impossible for him to be stronger than Python Yintu's. Actually, she wasn't wrong to think that way. Ling Xiao hadn't relied on his own strength to send Python Yintu flying. He had relied on the power of a Yuan Venerate. A Yuan Venerate was just a spiritual body. Ling Xiao could temporarily give his body to a Yuan Venerate to use without any repercussions for a certain period of time. However, it would naturally become troublesome after a long time. That clear, arrogant gaze appeared once again. Ling Xiao looked at the Python Yintu embedded in the wall and thought that his master strength was really extraordinary. Considering the endurance of his body, the Yuan Venerate hadn't used his full strength. However, he had still easily sent Python Yintu flying with a slap. Second head of the Black Python clan, I'll give you some face today. Take your people and scram. When you return, you'd better tell your first head that I, Ling Xiao, am not here to find trouble with you, so you'd better not make me angry. Ling Xiao looked down at the battered and exhausted Python Yintu and said coldly, "Let's go." Python Yintu walked out of the wall, grabbed Python Xiao and Python Yuan in one hand, and left in a hurry. "I'll tell the first head what you said, but I'm not sure if he'll let you off." Python Yintu's voice was heard a moment later from afar. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied and indignant. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He had the Moon Lady and Cold Plum by his side. Now that he had the help of a Yuan Venerate, he was practically invincible in Sin City. If anyone dared to find trouble with him, they would only be unlucky. He wouldn't suffer any losses. "Sister Moon Maiden, Cold Plum, let's go." After this short battle, it could be said that he had gained a lot. In addition to stealing from Mo Xiaoyu, he also got a storage ring from his finger. There were many spirit stones and martial arts manuals in it, as well as a medicinal pill worth more than 10 million low-grade spirit stones. In addition, he also obtained the martial soul of Tao Tai, which Mang Xiao had spent a huge amount of low-grade spirit stones to obtain. This deal was really worth it. Of course, the most important thing was that he had achieved his ultimate goal, which was the Imperial Jade Seal. As for the special effects of the Imperial Jade Seal, he would have to carefully study it in the future. After all, this was an item that had been passed down since ancient times. It would definitely be very different from ordinary artifacts. "Young Hero Ling, why don't you come to my place to rest for a while?" Princess Yun suddenly walked over and said, "It just so happens that I suddenly thought of something. It's a very important matter that I need your help with. Is about medicinal herbs." "How did you know?" "Young Hero Ling, what else could it be other than medicinal herbs? It can't be about romance, right?" Yunya said with a smile. "Ha ha, Princess Yun, you really knows how to joke. Why don't we go to your place and talk while eating?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "No problem." Yunya had always thought highly of Ling Xiao, so she wanted to befriend Ling Xiao. She had helped Ling Xiao a lot back in the Divine Phoenix capital. Now that she had seen Ling Xiao defeat Mang Yintu so easily, Although she didn't know the reason, she felt that she might have underestimated Ling Xiao a little too much in the past. Since there was an opportunity this time, she had to get close to him properly. A moment later, everyone arrived at Yunya's residence. This was a courtyard close to the Black Wind building. The servants inside were all provided by the Black Python clan, but this didn't prevent them from eating. During the meal, Ling Xiao raised his request. It turned out that when the Yuan Venerate had borrowed his body, he had discovered that his body was very harmful to external souls. If he wanted to do this many times, he would have to refine a kind of soul-molding pill. This would prevent the Yuan Venerate's soul from suffering too much damage and help Ling Xiao to his heart's content. With the help of the Yuan Venerate, Ling Xiao would have an additional layer of insurance. Even if he encountered danger, he wouldn't lose his life. Refining the soul-molding pill required a few key medicinal herbs. Yun Ye said that there was no problem after looking at them and could completely leave this matter to her. Furthermore, she actually had these medicinal herbs on hand. Originally, she had wanted to bring them back to the Divine Phoenix Empire's Sky Dragon auction house. Since Ling Xiao needed them, there was nothing wrong with her taking them out. Yun Ye ordered her maidservant to go and get the medicine. However, after waiting for nearly an hour, the maidservant came back, but her hands were empty. There was even an obvious trace of being whipped on her face. "What's going on? Who dares hit you here?" Although Yunya was concerned about the medicinal herbs, she was still very concerned about the maid who had always been by her side. Therefore, the first thing she asked was who had hit her maid. The maid cried and said it was Captain Mang Yuan. He also said that he had already given the medicinal herbs to someone else. He hopes that you won't mind. Mang Yuan. Yun Ye's face darkened instantly as she slammed her palm on the table angrily. The hardwood table fell apart on the spot. "This bastard! This is my residence. What right does he have to come in and take away my medicinal herbs? How dare he not give me a heads up? Hee, it seems that I went a little easy on him. Does this guy really think that I don't dare to kill him?" Although Ling Xiao's face was full of smiles, his smile wasn't very pleasant. He didn't kill Mang Yuan when he was at the Black Wind Tower because he didn't want to completely become enemies with the Black Python clan. However, he didn't expect that his good intentions would be treated as ill intent by others. "When did he take away the medicinal herbs?" Yunya asked. "Just now, when Princess and you were eating. I saw that he did it on purpose." The more the maid spoke, the more agitated she became. "Just him alone?" Ling Xiao asked. "No, there's also his father. He's the one who was sent flying by young Master Ling Xiao, with a slap." The maid replied. "Python cloud portrait? Hee good. You really have guts. You didn't take my threat seriously at all." Ling Xiao smiled slightly. It seemed that his idea of peaceful coexistence was unlikely to be realized. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. He had directly destroyed Mang Zhao's cultivation and cut off Mang Yuan's tongue. This was a great humiliation for the powerful Black Python clan. How could they reconcile with him? Chapter 1201. Have they left? Yunya asked. "They just left. If we chase them now, we should be able to catch up with them." The maid did not want to suffer this kind of grievance. She was slapped for no reason, and half of her face was swollen. How could she let it go? "Let's go. Take me to them." Yunya stood up with a gloomy face and said, "Our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company gave face to the Black Python clan, not because we are afraid of them. Since they want to shed all pretense of cordiality, let's see who is more powerful." "Yes, Your Highness." The maid nodded and was about to leave when she heard Ling Xiao say, "There's no need to go. They are here." As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, an old voice came from outside the door. What? You think you can do whatever you want in the City of Sin just because you are from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? You crippled the young master of my Black Python clan, cut off the tongue of my good grandson, Mang Yuan, and slapped my son, Mang Yun too. I took some of your medicinal herbs as a warning. As the voice sounded, an old man walked into the room. This old man looked much older than Mang Yun too. His beard almost reached his chest, and he looked very elegant. However, his eyes were very sinister, like a pair of sharp eagle eyes. Behind this old man was Mang Yuan, who looked smug, and Mang Yun too, who looked angry. Mang Yuan glared at Ling Xiao fiercely. His eyes seemed to say, "Kid, you are dead meat. With my grandfather's help, no one can save you." A half-step Yin-Yang realm expert, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. No wonder Mang Yuan did not learn his lesson and was not afraid of his threats. It turned out that there was such an expert in the family. I was wondering who it was. So it is the left guardian of the Black Python clan, Mang Feng. Are you the one who stole our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's medicinal herbs? Facing Mang Feng, Princess Yunya did not back down. In terms of cultivation, she was not inferior to Mang Feng. In terms of power, her Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was not inferior to the Black Python clan. She had no reason to be afraid of this old man, and she had no reason to let him do whatever he wanted in her house. Little girl, don't think too highly of yourself. You can't represent the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Mang Feng smiled and said, "You actually helped others to deal with the Black Python clan. This has already aroused the resentment of your superior, Zhang Tianda." The Moon Lady was just an ordinary woman. She didn't seem to have any martial arts skills. Although Cold Plum was powerful, she was not as powerful as him. As for Ling Xiao, although he slapped Mang Feng's son, Mang Feng thought that Ling Xiao was at most at the 6th Grotto Heaven realm. Ling Xiao might be able to sneak up on Mang Feng's son, but he was no match for Mang Feng. Since that was the case, Mang Feng had nothing to fear. Anyway, the Great Master had given him full authority to deal with this matter. He must not damage the dignity of the Black Python clan. Wasn't that asking him to regain his lost dignity? Since that was the case, there was no need for him to be polite. "Ha, I'm afraid that your Black Python clan has already offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's not too late to stop now. Otherwise, your Black Python clan won't be finished just like this. If you insist on going your own way, the Black Python clan might cease to exist in the City of Sin." Although Yunya's words were not pleasant to hear and were very direct, they were all true. She believed that with the Moon Lady's power, it wouldn't be difficult for her to eliminate the Black Python clan. Ha ha ha! Mang Feng suddenly laughed out loud. "Little girl, there aren't many forces in the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent who dare to threaten the Black Python clan. Unless the people you mentioned have the power of the Five Immortals Island, they really don't have the right." Ignorant and arrogant, Yunya shook her head helplessly. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Young hero Ling, I'm really sorry that you have to encounter such a situation. But don't worry, I'll find a way to gather the herbs for you. Well, we're a little tired today. Princess Yunya, please arrange 3 rooms for us so that we can take a rest." Ling Xiao didn't want to fight in Yunya's house. "Young man, unfortunately, I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Mang Feng suddenly looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "The most important thing for you now isn't to rest, but to make a choice." "Oh, what choice?" Ling Xiao asked with interest. "It's very simple. You can choose to cut off your own tongue, destroy your own cultivation, and then let my son give you a tight slap. Otherwise, you can choose to die. Mang Feng looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and said, he seemed to think that he was being merciful enough to give face to the other party. Mang 5, that little fellow really doesn't make any progress. He actually taught such a useless guardian who doesn't know the big picture. Do you want the Black Python clan to fall completely? Suddenly, the Moon Lady spoke. Even Ling Xiao was shocked by her words. What was going on? Who was Mang 5? However, he was only shocked and confused. To Mang Feng, the Moon Lady's words were no different from thunder ringing in his ears. At that moment, he froze and couldn't say anything for a long time. Who is Mang 5? Ling Xiao asked Yunya. Yunya smiled bitterly and said, Mang 5 is the taboo name of the Black Python clan's first master. Ordinary people don't dare to call him by this name, let alone call him little fellow. Your girlfriend really gave me a shock. When Ling Xiao heard this, he suddenly understood. Mang 5 was definitely one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent. In the underground world, this fellow was worshipped like a god. Many underground organizations worshipped Mang 5's living shrine. If the Moon Lady's words were spread to the underground world, there would be countless people coming to kill the Moon Lady. Mang 5 would definitely fly into a rage. *TCH. How dare you call our first master's name directly and call my grandfather a piece of trash? You must be tired of living. Mang Yuan roared recklessly, as if he didn't see the current situation clearly. The Moon Lady only lightly drew an invisible mark in the air, and Mang Yuan was directly sent flying. He hung on the ceiling and couldn't get down no matter how hard he tried. It was as if he was stuck there by some special glue. Moreover, that position was really uncomfortable. Chapter 12:02. Senior, please have mercy on me. I have failed to recognize you. I will teach my grandson a lesson when I return. At the end of the day, Mang Feng was an expert with sharp eyes. He was different from Mang Yuan, who was an idiot. From the moment the Moon Lady made her move, he realized that he was no match for this woman. After all this time, the person he looked down on the most turned out to be his biggest opponent. Old man, you don't deserve to call yourself old man in front of me. Furthermore, you have no right to interfere with who I want to teach a lesson to. Even if I kill your grandson today, he deserves it. If you dare to plead for him, I will make the Black Python clan disappear from the mystic world. The Moon Lady leaned against the wall and spoke in an indifferent tone. She didn't even look at Mang Feng. These harsh and domineering words made Mang Feng's face turn pale. Since the establishment of the Black Python clan, Mang Feng had never been wronged like this. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Why are you looking at me? Go and retrieve the herbs. Bring back as much as you took. You only have 15 minutes. After this time, I don't mind making your entire family disappear. The Moon Lady's voice was still indifferent, and her expression was as calm as water. Even though Mang Feng's expression was ugly, she didn't give him any face. You are indeed an expert, but you are too arrogant to humiliate me like this. Do you really think I am afraid of you? Mang Feng was a domineering person, after all. He had been a tyrant in the city of Sin for a long time. The Moon Maiden's words had already caused him to lose his cool and his rationality. He couldn't tolerate this anymore. His face was as cold as ice, and the faint shadow of a black python appeared behind him. This old man was going to make a move. You don't know your place. Hearing Mang Feng's words, Ling Xiao shook his head. It was fine to offend him, but to offend the Moon Lady, wasn't that asking for death? The Moon Lady lifted her head and looked at Mang Feng. Then she opened her red lips and said, Are you serious? That's right. Even if you are a dragon, you have to be careful in the city of Sin. Since Mang Fong had already said those words, he wasn't afraid of offending the Moon Lady. Very good, the Moon Maiden sneered. She raised her hand and aimed it at Mang Yuan, who was nailed to the ceiling. Stop! Seeing that the Moon Lady was about to attack, Mang Tempest roared and dashed forward, grabbing at the back of the Moon Lady's head. He was trying to stop the Moon Lady from attacking his grandson. The Moon Maiden maintained her calm expression and raised her jade-like hand. While Python Fong was still in the middle of his attack, Python Yuan's head was already separated from his body. Then, the Moon Lady turned around again and gently slapped Python Wind's chest. This speed was simply unfathomable. Ling Xiao was extremely excited. He was usually known for his speed, but when he saw Moon Maiden attack, he was extremely envious. Boom! Although the Moon Lady's hand was very light, Python Wind was in a very difficult situation. The internal energy that had been surging was forcefully slapped back into his body. It exploded in his body. For a time, Mang Fong was bleeding from all 7 orifices, looking extremely miserable. It was only because Mang Feng's body was tough enough that he was only injured. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into pieces. Python Yin Tu, who was standing behind Mang Fong, was dumbfounded. With just a casual attack, Mang Yuan's head was separated from his body. Even Mang Fong was severely injured. Just how powerful was this woman? His body began to tremble violently like a sieve. "Father, are you all right?" After a long while, Python Yintu finally realized and helped Mang Fong up. However, his eyes were fixed on the Moon Lady, afraid that she would attack again. However, the Moon Lady had no intention of attacking again. She just sat there and leaned against Ling Xiao like an obedient little lamb. It was as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her. A Yin-Yang realm expert, Mang Fong did not even have time to look at his grandson, who had been killed. He looked at the Moon Lady in horror. There were definitely no more than 12 of such powerful existences in the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent. He was injured without even seeing how the other party attacked. Compared to the physical pain, he was more afraid in the depths of his heart. His death is your responsibility. The Moon Maiden glanced at Mang Fong indifferently and said, "I don't think I need to repeat myself. 2 minutes of the 15 minutes have already passed. If the medicinal herbs don't appear here by the time is up, I will kill you even if I have to kill my way to the Black Python clan." There was no hatred in Mang Feng's heart at this time. All he felt was fear. He even hated his grandson, Mang Yuan. How could he have offended such a terrifying person? Yintu, go and bring the medicinal herbs here. Quick! Mang Fong shouted at Python Yintu. "Yes, father." Python Yintu also understood that the woman was definitely not joking. With such powerful strength, if she really wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. He turned and hurried out of the room. Looking at the embarrassed look of this family, Princess Yun felt very refreshed in her heart. She had already warned these people not to offend Ling Xiao, but they did not listen. She had heard of the Moon Lady's strength before, but she had never had the chance to see it with her own eyes. Today, she suddenly felt that the Moon Lady might be more terrifying than the rumors said. What method did Ling Xiao use to make such a tyrannical existence his girlfriend? Princess Yunya could not understand. She felt that this was a little unbelievable. "Mang Fong, why don't you deal with your grandson's body? Are you waiting for me to do it for you?" She looked at Mang Fong and said, "I'll do it." Mang Fong still felt like he was dreaming, but this dream was a nightmare. It was because of his impulsiveness and recklessness that his grandson was killed, and he himself was injured as well. There were many people in this world that could not be offended. If you offended such people, even if you were wronged, you could only endure it. There was no other way. Strength was everything. By the way, Yunya, your heavenly dragon trading company has such a big network. Why don't you help me find something that can remove the ancient seal in my body? The Moon Lady suddenly asked Yunya. In the past, because she had long lost her pursuit in life, she did not care much about the improvement of her strength. She also did not have much motivation to remove the seal in her body. But it was different now. She had Ling Xiao. She hoped that her strength could continue to improve. At the very least, she wanted to restore her cultivation to that of the ancient times. That way, she would be able to better protect Ling Xiao. Although she knew that with Ling Xiao's aptitude, he would soon reach her level of cultivation or even surpass her level of cultivation. But she still wanted to help her man as much as possible. This was her only goal in life now. Chapter 12:03. The Power to Remove the Primordial Seal. Hearing this, Yun felt a little troubled. However, this was the Moon Maiden's request, so she naturally had to do her best. To be honest, that kind of thing is really hard to find. However, don't worry. I have information on all the medicines and mysterious items of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Please wait a moment. I'll help you check if there is such a thing. Thank you. It's best if you can find it. If you can't, then forget it. After all, that kind of mysterious item is not often encountered. The Moon Maiden did not make things difficult for Yunya. After all, she could also see that Yunya was on Ling Xiao's side. Yunya smiled and then temporarily left to search for information. Ling Xiao, the Moon Maiden, and Cold Plum sat there drinking tea and chatting. The broken table had long been replaced, and the smell of blood at the scene was gone. After a while, Yunya returned with an apologetic smile on her face. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I've checked the direction of the goods that came in from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, but I couldn't find the treasure that can remove the primordial seal." The Moon Maiden was obviously a little disappointed, but she still smiled and said, "It's okay." Ling Xiao grabbed her hand and comforted her. "Sister Moon Maiden, don't worry. With Yunya's help, that kind of treasure will be found sooner or later. Little guy, I don't need you to comfort me." The Moon Maiden flicked Ling Xiao's forehead and smiled very brightly. To her, Ling Xiao's concern was more important than any treasure. Looking at the two of them, Yun secretly made up her mind. After returning to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, she would contact the people of the trading company to see if she could find such an item in other continents. After all, the closer one was to the Gate of Heaven's chosen, the more rare and strange treasures there would be. This had become a general rule. As she was thinking, she heard messy footsteps not far away. Less than a quarter of an hour. This group of people is quite fast. Ling Xiao chuckled. It was good to be powerful. If the Moon Maiden did not help today, Python Wind would definitely not be so obedient. "Senior, these are the herbs. We have preserved them very well and did not dare to waste them at all." Mang Fong looked at the Moon Lady with trepidation as he placed all the herbs on the table. He was very glad that he didn't sell these medicinal herbs to others. Otherwise, he might really have to run for his life today. If this woman really wanted to attack him, even the first head of the Black Python clan wouldn't be able to help him. "Yunya, please take a look. Are there enough medicinal herbs? Are there any damaged ones?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. Yunya opened the box containing the medicinal herbs and counted them carefully. When she found that there was no problem with the quantity and quality, she nodded and said, "Don't worry, there's no problem. It's the batch of medicinal herbs I lost. I'll pick out the ones you need for you later." "All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Sister Moon Maiden, what do you think we should do with the Black Python clan?" Ling Xiao asked the Moon Maiden. "You deal with it." The Moon Maiden couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters. "All right, Mang Fong, Go back and tell your first head that I intend for everyone to coexist peacefully. However, if someone insists on provoking me, I won't be careless. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. Go back. I don't need you here. Mang Feng felt extremely uncomfortable when he heard Ling Xiao's words. However, at this moment, he couldn't do anything about it. With the moon maiden around, he didn't dare to touch Ling Xiao at all. He could only endure the humiliation and go back. He would definitely report the matter regarding the moon maiden to the first head, Mang Wu. Mang Wu should have an idea as to what to do. All right, Princess Yunya, we can't delay your work. You do what you need to do. We'll go and rest first. If there's anything, just let us know. We're all friends. Ling Xiao stood up. He had been busy for a long time today. He wanted to go back and practice the shadow sword. After all, he had just gotten the sword and hadn't fully mastered it yet. Just as he stood up, someone came to look for Yunya. Princess Yunya, Fluttering Snow of the Divine Phoenix Empire, is here to look for you. Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire? Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this name. When he was in the Divine Phoenix capital, he didn't get along well with Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire. However, there wasn't any deep hatred between them. Why is she looking for me? She actually came to the city of Sin? Yunya was also a little surprised. Logically speaking, even if Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire wanted to look for her, she should have waited until she returned to the Divine Phoenix capital. Why did she come here? It must be something important. Princess Yunya, you can go and do your work. Don't mind us. Just let your maid take us to our rooms. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then I'll be rude. Yunya smiled apologetically. Then she ordered her maid to take Ling Xiao and the other two to their rooms. She went to meet Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire. Actually, she was also quite curious about Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire. After all, Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire was not an ordinary woman. Her true identity was related to a certain big shot of the everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Ling Xiao returned to his room and sat down to ponder the usage of the shadow sword. After using the soft sword, the power and ruthlessness of his moves had obviously increased. However, because of the changes in his moves, it was very difficult to control most of the time. Therefore, he had to practice it again. When Ling Xiao finished practicing all the sword moves and was about to rest for a while, there was a knock on the door. Young hero Ling, it's me, Yunya. Ling Xiao opened the door curiously and welcomed Yunya in. He asked, has the guest left? Yes. Princess Yunya nodded and said, but there's something I should talk to you about. It might be related to the Moon Maiden. Oh, then I'd like to hear it. Could it be that the treasure that Sister Moon Maiden wants has been found? Ling Xiao asked. Young hero Ling is really smart. That's right, there is indeed news. Princess Yunya nodded and said, don't tell me that thing is related to Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You can even guess that? Yunya asked in surprise. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, it's not a strange thing. You couldn't find anything after investigating for a long time. In the end, after seeing Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire, you said that there was news. Then this thing must be related to Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire. Yes, it is indeed related to Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire. Yunya nodded and said, as far as I know, there is a kind of flower on the everlasting Joy Immortal Island that blooms once every 300 years. It's called the Everlasting Joy Flower. This flower is very magical. If its petals are used to refine medicine, they can be refined into a very outstanding spice. And if a sachet made of this spice is worn for a long time, it can constantly remove the power of the ancient seal. The everlasting joy immortal island, fluttering snow of the Phoenix Empire. So, the rumors I heard before are true. This fluttering snow of the Phoenix Empire is really related to the everlasting joy immortal island. Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would actually confirm something here. Chapter 1204. Yes, she does have something to do with the Chang'e Celestial Island. She came to me this time to ask for help. Princess Yunya replied, I don't understand. What does the Chang'e flower have to do with her asking for help? Is she willing to use the Chang'e flower as a reward? But the problem is that the flower doesn't mean much to you, right? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's not it. Yunya explained. It's like this. An elder of the Phoenix cries Piao Shui in the Chang'e Celestial Island fought with the masters of the Blackwater Celestial Island and was seriously injured. His injury is very strange. We have found many pharmacists, but they can't cure the injury. Every time it rains, he will feel unbearable pain all over his body. It's better to die. Even a master of the Yin-Yang realm can't resist it. What I mean is, young hero Ling, your medical skills are superb. Why don't you give it a try? If you can save his life, then the Chang'e flower is nothing. Even the hundreds of thousands of medicinal herbs I promised you before will be no problem. Don't tell me that the master you were looking for is this elder of the Phoenix cries Piao Shui. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. It's true. It's just that I didn't know before. If the Phoenix cries Piao Shui didn't come to me this time, I would have been kept in the dark. Yunya explained. I see. But Princess Yunya, have you thought about it? Although my medical skills are good, I'm only a high-level yellow-level pharmacist. I believe that there should be top-level yellow-level pharmacists on the Chang'e Celestial Island, or even yellow-level super pharmacists. But they can't cure the elder's injury? Ling Xiao asked. They really can't solve it. It can be said that they are helpless because the biggest problem with this injury is that they can't find the cause. If they have a strong analytical ability and find the real cause, then the treatment will be much easier. Yunya explained. So, you came to me? Ling Xiao thought that Princess Yun, you really thought highly of him. Although Ling Xiao, was better than ordinary pharmacists, he probably couldn't solve the problem that even yellow-level super pharmacists couldn't solve. That's right. That's why I'm here to look for young hero Ling. This is also an opportunity for you. What did the everlasting joy immortal island not have? They came to the city of Sin because they want to see if there are any alchemists who stand out in this year's alchemy competition. They are just trying their luck. Princess Yunya nodded and said, This old man has an extraordinary status in the Chang'e Celestial Island, so the Chang'e Celestial Island is willing to pay any price for him, including the Chang'e flower. You can even take the opportunity to extort them and get some good stuff. That's fine. I understand. The reason why Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui are looking for you is probably because you have a wide network of connections. So, they hope that you can help them find a powerful alchemist. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. That's not the only reason. Yunya smiled and said, Young hero Ling, don't forget, when we were in the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital, everyone knew that I knew an alchemist who could refine perfect medicinal pills. It was precisely because of this that Feng Ming and Piao Shui came to find me. Since that's the case, I'll give it a try. However, I can't guarantee that I'll succeed. Ling Xiao had to get the Chang'e flower for the Moon Lady. As for other treasures, he didn't care much about them. It's not enough to just give it a try. It's best if you succeed. Otherwise, you might as well disguise yourself. This way, even if you fail, you won't become enemies with the Chang'e Celestial Island. Yunya reminded him. The everlasting joy immortal island is not an ordinary place. The people there are high and mighty. They think that they control the world, so their temper is very bad. If you do anything wrong, They will probably kill you on the spot. Disguise myself? Why would I disguise myself? I'm going to treat a patient openly, not steal. If that old man doesn't believe me, then I won't save him." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said he didn't believe that the experts of the Chang'e Celestial Island would be so cowardly and discerning, even if Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui didn't want him to save the patient. That old man would definitely do it. Moreover, he wasn't just saving the Chang'e flower. He also wanted the old man of the Chang'e Celestial Island to owe him a huge favor. If he had to disguise himself, then what was the point? "Are you really confident?" Yunya asked worriedly. "Don't worry, of course I'm confident." Ling Xiao nodded. His confidence didn't only come from his mountain and river martial soul, but also from the existence of a Yuan Venerate. If a Yuan Venerate couldn't treat the old man of the Chang'e Celestial Island, then there was probably no other alchemist in the world that could do it. Ling Xiao had always been swift and decisive when it came to handling matters. Since he had decided to look for Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui, there was no need to hesitate. Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui are currently staying in the Black Python clan's residence in Sin City. You must be careful when you go there. This is my recommendation letter. Yunya handed the recommendation letter to Ling Xiao and reminded him that place can be said to be a dangerous place for you. You must be careful. If you really can't do it, just run away. I know that your movement technique is very powerful. Ling Xiao took the recommendation letter and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Princess Yunya. I understand." After leaving Princess Yunya's residence, Ling Xiao followed the map that Yunya had given him and arrived at the Black Python clan's headquarters. It was actually very easy to find this place. Apart from the Black Wind Tower, this was the tallest and most luxurious building in Sin City. Ling Xiao didn't know that after he left, the Moon Lady and Cold Plum had quietly followed him without him noticing. These two probably wanted to protect him in secret. When Ling Xiao arrived at the entrance of the Black Python clan's residence, he was surprised to find that there were already many alchemists gathered there. Among them, there was no lack of high-level and mid-level yellow-grade alchemists. There were even top-level yellow-grade alchemists and super-yellow-grade alchemists. Ling Xiao reckoned that these alchemists were probably powerful alchemists from the Five Immortal Island. They all wore their alchemist badges on their chests, so their alchemist grades could be clearly identified. After all, alchemist grades were also a symbol of status and identity. Ling Xiao didn't have this habit. He didn't like to announce that he was a high-level yellow-grade alchemist unless it was necessary. The street in front of the Black Python clan's entrance was filled with people, all of whom were powerful martialists. However, these people looked at the alchemists with reverence and admiration. Although the alchemists' cultivation might not be as good as theirs, they were still worthy of respect. This was because in the mystic world, alchemists were a magical and noble profession. There was no doubt about this. Even the guards at the entrance of the Black Python clan, who were usually fierce, were respectful when facing these alchemists. They didn't dare to neglect them, let alone provoke them. The consequences of provoking these people were no different from poking a hornet's nest. Chapter 1205. The head of the Black Python clan had given the order to gather all the pharmacists in the city of Sin to diagnose the old man's illness. At the very least, they had to be a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist. As long as they were qualified, the guards would let them in. Of course, even if they weren't qualified enough, the guards wouldn't chase them away recklessly. They would only persuade them to leave. Who knew if these pharmacists would be highly sought after in the future? They couldn't afford to offend them. Ling Xiao was at the back of the line, waiting for these people to examine him. Other than the guards of the Black Python clan, there was also an old man who was drinking tea. The old man was around 50 years old and was wearing the standard uniform of the Changle Immortal Island. The symbol of the Changle Immortal Island was the Changle flower, which was very easy to recognize. Ling Xiao guessed that this person was probably sent by the Phoenix Cry, Piao Shui, or the expert from the Changle Immortal Island to select the pharmacists. After a long time, it was finally Ling Xiao's turn. A guard walked up and looked at Ling Xiao's chest. Seeing that there was no badge, he couldn't help but frown. However, his attitude was quite good. "Young hero, we need a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist today. Did you come to the wrong place?" Ling Xiao smiled and took out his pharmacist certificate. He handed it to the guard and said, "This is my pharmacist certificate. Take a look and you will know." The pharmacist certificate was the key to proving one's identity. The badge could be forged, but the pharmacist certificate couldn't be forged. Even if it was forged, it could be identified through the Pharmacist Association's database. "You are a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist." It was obvious that the guard didn't believe it. After all, Ling Xiao looked like a 16 or 17 years old young man. How could he be a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist at such a young age? His first thought was that the pharmacist certificate was forged and that this person was trying to harm the expert. Therefore, his expression turned cold. He returned the certificate to Ling Xiao and said, "Young hero, you should leave." "Leave? Didn't you hire a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist or above?" Ling Xiao frowned and asked the guard, "Kid, I'm giving you face, so I'm speaking politely. Don't push your luck. Do you really think you can sneak into our Black Python clan's estate by casually forging a certificate?" The guard finally revealed a slightly ferocious expression and spoke in a threatening tone. "Pa!" A loud slap resounded outside the Black Python clan's mansion. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the guard in front of him and said, "Forging a pharmacist's certificate? Do you know the consequences of framing a pharmacist, especially a Huang level high-level pharmacist?" What happened? The sound of the slap startled the old man, who was drinking tea. He hurried over to inquire about the situation. "Elder Tong, this person faked his apothecary certificate in an attempt to bluff his way through. I stopped him, but he still attacked." The guard said loudly, "Pa!" It was another slap, but this time it was on the right side of the guard's face. This time, it was on the left side. Both sides of the guard's face were swollen, but it looked balanced. "Hula!" This time, the dozens of guards standing at the entrance of the Black Python clan rushed over and surrounded Ling Xiao. "Wait a minute." The old man from the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island waved his hand and then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I'm Tong Gang, the servant of the Everlasting Joy Ancestor. Little brother, are you really a Huang level, high-level pharmacist?" "Elder Tong, my apothecary certificate is right there. You'll know whether it's real or not after checking it. Would you believe me if I told you?" Ling Xiao said faintly, "Take it for inspection." Tong Gang was very cautious. Since the mountain river martial spirit reappeared in the mystic world, monstrous geniuses had emerged in large numbers. He didn't want to offend anyone who might become an overlord. A moment later, Tong Gang's subordinate returned and said respectfully, "Elder Tong, this person is indeed a Huang level high-level pharmacist. He just passed the assessment at the Heavenly Dragon Continent's Magic City Pharmacist Association. Is it true?" The Black Python clan's guard who was slapped suddenly forgot about the pain and looked at Ling Xiao like a fool. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be a Huang level high-level pharmacist. "Ha! This young hero is really talented. I didn't expect you to have such a level at such a young age. I almost misjudged you. Please come in. Someone will take you to the residence of the Everlasting Joy Ancestor." Tong Gang chuckled and gestured for him to enter. Although Tong Gang claimed to be the servant of the everlasting joy ancestor, his strength was so strong that he was probably a realm lord. A grotto heaven realm expert was even stronger than Mang Foam. Thank you. Ling Xiao nodded and walked inside. When he passed by the guard who was slapped, he said faintly, "Be careful in the future. Don't look for trouble. It's not easy to live. If you offend someone you shouldn't offend, I'm afraid you'll lose your life." I understand. Although the Black Python clan's guard was slapped, he didn't have any resentment in his heart. Instead, he felt very lucky. Today, he had been beaten up. If this continued, he might even lose his life if he met a cruel person one day. These 2 slaps could be said to have woken him up and saved him. Little mister. When Tong Gang sent Ling Xiao through the door, he changed the way he addressed him. He said with a smile, "If little mister can heal the injuries of our everlasting joy ancestor, then we'll be friends of the everlasting joy immortal island. I don't dare to say anything about other places, but at least in the heavenly dragon continent and the divine phoenix continent, our words carry a lot of weight. I also hope that we can become friends." No one liked to make enemies. Ling Xiao was the same. However, he wanted to rely on his own ability to make friends and make others respect him. He didn't want to be a yes man and sell his dignity to make friends. When he stepped through the door, a beautiful servant girl walked over to lead the way. Tong Gang turned around and walked out of the door to continue selecting pharmacists. Following behind the servant girl, he enjoyed the fragrance of flowers and birds in the surroundings. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Black Python clan was indeed the #1 clan in the city of Sin. The construction of this mansion was almost the same as the imperial palace of the Divine Phoenix Empire. It was simply luxurious. As he walked, Ling Xiao felt many pairs of eyes spying on him in the darkness. There were even some soul powers seeping out from every corner, locking onto his every move. Interesting. The security of this Black Python clan seems to be even stricter than that of the Black Wind Guild. No wonder the Black Python clan can sit back and relax. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This Black Python clan wasn't as fearless as the rumors said. At the very least, this kind of security proved that they were afraid of being attacked. "Young master, we've arrived. The place where the everlasting joy ancestor is recuperating is just ahead." When they arrived at the entrance of an elegant courtyard with fresh air, the servant girl leading the way turned around and informed him. Ling Xiao nodded. Actually, he had already seen many pharmacists standing in the courtyard. The lowest level of these pharmacists was yellow-level high-level pharmacists. Moreover, they weren't young anymore.